Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work, so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Anybody really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
In the world of stock car racing, there are several majors that you want to win, whether it's the Daytona 500, the Southern 500, or what was once known as the World 600. Well, several sim racers are getting together today to accomplish just that here at Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina. The 1.5 mile oval always challenges these drivers, and they'll get to do it for 400 laps. Hi, everybody. I'm Jeremy Scott. Welcome to another round of Majors racing here as the World 600 gets underway. Joining me alongside will be Howie Burrows. Christian Duploy will be our director, followed by cameras from Dougie Beard. Howie, 400 laps, normally it's a decent amount of distance, but because of the length of the track, it's going to be an endurance race for these drivers.
Charlotte almost needs no introduction across iRacing or NASCAR in general, but one thing that really stands out about this track is just how thin and tight and challenging it is. One of the thinnest road widths on the entire slate of 1.5 mile speedways means that turns like 3 and 4 can become a nightmare over just a short distance, and we're here for one of the longest stock car races on any yearly schedule. 600 miles of perfection. It's going to be an absolute slugfest.
And of course, looks like we have about, call that 32 drivers who have at least entered for the race. So it's going to be quite interesting. And so much more interesting, we have a track guide for you from GSRC.
Welcome everybody to the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Even though it was built more than 4 decades ago, drivers still love to race at this 1.5 mile quad-shaped oval. Located just a short 13-mile drive from downtown, Charlotte also shares a similar track shape to what you would see at the Texas Motor Speedway and the Atlanta Motor Speedway as well. Despite turns 1 and 2 having the same banking as turns 3 and 4, the two ends of the speedway could not drive any different. Turn 1 and 2 are much more of a sweeping corner, really carrying the speed down into the corner and trying to get that hole shot out of turn 2 down the backstretch. Turns 3 and 4 drive much tighter than 1 and 2, really having to get the car to rotate in the middle of 3 and 4 to make your entry and your exit point. Getting a lap in around here in one piece usually requires some calm nerves and a patient foot. Charlotte was one of the first speedways to install lights around the facility, giving night racing a whole new berth. Charlotte is also known for its place in the perfect day of racing every Memorial Day, acting as the caboose after the Monaco Grand Prix and the Indianapolis 500. If Daytona is the pinnacle of NASCAR racing, then Charlotte has to be just a bumper behind. Fans flock to the largest sports facility in the Southeast and NASCAR's home track. This has been our guide to the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Sit back and enjoy the show.
Well, Howie, we saw how different cars are going to be handling here. Of course, this is going to be one of those races where you don't necessarily have to get the 400 perfect laps, but you don't need to really screw up in one of those laps to finish the race.
Well, I've driven plenty of different stock cars around here, and the Gen 4 cars that will be hitting the track here are really a handful to keep under you around this place. Car very, very loose and filled with horsepower to the gills. I find the transition off turn 4 into that quad oval to be a make or break. You come off the banking and the wall comes right at your car. 1 or 2 taps, you get wheel damage. Try and carry that around for the entire rest of the race. You're going to be here for a very, very long time. Cautions are going to change the nature of this race. You don't really know the complexion until you see how the field takes to the track, and there's going to be so many chances for strategy to come into play. But you definitely have to be in the game to win the game. And those who can keep themselves alive out here definitely have the best odds.
No, they really do. And especially with tires, tire management is always key, especially during what we consider a normal stock car race. Well, now we're doing 600 miles. That is the longest that any race on any stock car circuit globally has. So you really got to make sure to manage those tires all throughout the race.
Especially balancing that front and that rear, whether you want to use the wheel to plow that front or get loose a bit to plow that rear. You want to really make the best of both sides, but the character is going to change so much throughout your run. It's going to change so much based on what you're getting out the car. You're going to be able to make setup adjustments as the race goes on in order to adjust the way the car feels. You're going to have a lot of times around to potentially sort of work out what you want out of your run, work out what you want out of your race, and optimize each pit stop run around the track. It's an endurance and not a sprint. So really, it's about keeping a clean head, keeping your car safe, keeping those tires safe as ever, and being in the right place at the right time for the very end.
Yeah, but at the same time, we've seen how quote-unquote endurance races around the world have quickly turned into long sprint races. So that's something also to watch out for. Well, the drivers are just about ready to wrap up their practice here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We'll get set for racing here in just a little while. Any thoughts on what you're looking for, Howie, as we take a look at the standings? Right now, Jesper Eriksson, your points leader, he's got Trevor Vavarsky right behind him, 10 points behind, and that's what we talk about. In spite of this being a 600-mile race, Howie, it's gonna be tooth and nail, because one wrong move and you might be 3-4 positions down in the points.
And we have such a star-studded field, including some of these majors standouts, but also some of the European oval drivers that don't race many majors but love these cars or love this track and have come in to just prove their best on the round. You get such a variety of drivers in some of these big majors races. Some full teams have decided to stack it with their strategies in tow. So whether you're just looking for glory today or you're looking to try and make this super long championship, it's a very, very different game for everybody involved, and fields like this are what makes these races so exciting.
SimRace Sweden Esports with the European team standings points lead so far. And yeah, Fusion Gold Euro with 118 points back. So looks like the biggest gap right now is for that 4th spot. But further down, looks like there's some jostling to see who's going to be in the bottom 5 there.
Yep, and I've noticed a few teams on the team standings in the race who aren't even a part of this European team standings in the championship. They've decided to bring 3-4 drivers in on top as well. Over racing, you can get a lot out of playing with your team, matching your strategies with each other. This obviously isn't a draft-heavy track. It isn't like your Daytona or your Talladega where you play as a team from start to end. But there's still a lot you can time and a lot you can work with each other on. And these sorts of races, each person's for themselves in the car rather than some sort of team scenario in an endurance. But in exchange, you're going to be racing with each other around the track, and you better behave and you better stick with each other successfully.
All right, it's round 4 of the championship, 400 laps in the Gen 4 Cup car. It's an open setup, but because of the length of the race, you only get one spare car. So definitely use it wisely. And Howie, we know that the cars will bunch up. So you definitely want to think when you want to use it. You know, you've got time to repair, stuff like that.
And these Gen 4 cars are nothing like the modern day Gen 7, which can take a bruising. Their old school bodies bend and buckle with any contact with the wall. That right front wheel, very easy to knock out of alignment. I am too much of a victim of the wall in these cars. They're my favorite stock cars by far, but they're so old school in what they can take, and what they can take is not very much a battering. So drivers are probably going to use that spare car when they take some damage, and then probably start taking some of these repairs over time. If they do it again, you just need to sort of be in and be as close to the lead lap as possible. These things are going to get beaten down. These are the old school Impala. This will be one of the last iRacing seasons to include it before iRacing intend to update it with some up-to-date Gen 4 scans. I'm very nostalgic for this little thing. I'm happy to see it get one last hour out here.
Well, take a look at our starting grid. Eric Smith on the pole. He'll be alongside Jeff Schmeier. Then it's Jesper Eriksson and Edward Shelley in row 2. Row 3, Wayne Hutchinson and Michael Half-Littison. And row 4, it's Mark Stevenson and Samuel Harris. Row 5, Howie, see Sebastian Jackson and Ray Partridge lining up alongside each other.
Further down the road, the next row made up by Christian Maselli next to Robert Northway. On row 7, Brian Halleck, 6 next to Daniel Solo. Daniel Thomas, 6 next to David Baker on the 8th, ahead of Garen Batten and Trevor Vasrowski on row 9, with Daniel Holmer in 19th and Christian Verweyen in 20th. I'm reading some of these for the first time. My apologies. A few more drivers behind.
In row 11, it's Oscar Fredrickson and Matthew Crisp. Tom Guest and Troy Anderson make up row 12. Row 13, Ali McGowan and Uldis Putkilis. Then it's Scott Kukas and Joshua Hampton in row 14. Row 15 is Michael Hogg and Jerry Forkolb as we see the pace car with the field making their way around turn 4.
A very small handful of drivers on the back as we have a grid of 33. Jaron Bond sits in 31 with Adam Preston in 32 and Paul Nicholson on the back. We're ready to go green.
And we are green already as Eric Smith gets a good jump off the field coming into turn number 1. He's got a healthy lead already. Rest of the field single file up to about 4th or 5th place, and then that's where you start to see the bunching up. Now we're side by side for about 5th on back as the field's starting to string out just a little bit, but enough to really kind of feel each other out. Again, this is a long race, 400 laps around the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Smith already 0.3 of a second up. This is Erickson, and we see his view as he tries to get around Schmeier. That's a battle for second place as they start to fan out just a little bit. Howie, this no surprise that early on in this race, we are starting to see these drivers kind of feel the cars out and see how they're going to handle, because we're going to see this changeover, I would say, the next 50 or so laps.
This is a challenging track to run side by side on. You can race and pass 3 wide, as we see there from Robert Northway on the top. It's something I wouldn't advise for very long. You can see there's just such little width compared to tracks like it on the schedule. And this very flat quad oval comes at you like a truck. They're still fanning out almost 3 wide with the 17 car up in front. You very quickly after the start of these races want to start running your line and running your race. You've got a long run ahead of you. You've got to manage those tires and not destroy them along the way. And the longer you battle now's about the time to battle, but very quickly that's time to taper off. And these drivers that went single file are pretty happy with it, as that is already a car in the wall on the outside line on this quad oval.
Yeah, Robert Northway, he's up 7 spots. He's really making headway early on as we're on board with Wayne Hutchinson. Northway with a little bit of a pancake coming off of turn 4, and we're going to see that a lot because you go from the banking right to flat. It's very rare to see a front flat straightaway in any circuit, really, but that's the trademark of these SMI tracks, these tri-ovals, what have you. Texas is like that. Atlanta's like that, where the front stretch is just flat. So you got to know how to get that car, because when you come off that banking, Howie, it's just going to shoot up, and you want to stay off that wall, because the more you're on that wall, the worse your car is going to handle. Hutchinson trying to get catch up with Shelley in 6th place, but we are seeing jostling near the back of the pack. Smith has opened up to a 0.6 of a second gap already.
And the other thing you don't really realize until you run this car a little bit around here is with all the horsepower under your foot, you think you can put the power down the moment it goes flat, and it's so easy to lose the rear and lose a bit of speed and be able to save it, but lose all the momentum you had. It takes a lot of practice to be fast and disciplined at the same time on that turn 3 and 4. It comes at you fast, and it keeps you out fast. And I think we're going to see some casualties to the wall. Looking around at the track on the topic of the wall, it's the yellow wall. We are on the Legacy Charlotte, and there is a big difference here. This is a much smoother Charlotte than the modern one available in iRacing. A very, very, very smooth bottom is going to hopefully be gentler to these drivers' runs over the course of the race. It's been on pretty beaten up nowadays. This is exactly how it was right after the repave.
Battle for 10th heats up between Partridge and Harris. Harris falling back just a little bit, but now he falls into the clutches of Macarelli as Macarelli goes around for 11th place. He wants to get up into that top 10. Sam Harris in the 707 looks to the inside. And of course, something else we have to think about too is that tri-oval grass. That also is going to play a part as well. What drivers go off and try and take a couple wheels off to go a little faster. We're going to see that later on in the race as well.
I've caught many an off track on that tri-oval in my time. It's a nice place to have the bottom on. It's because you get a very good run into that first turn, but it's also quite easy to dip it badly and lose it. There is really nothing stopping you from getting too close. Looking here at Jesper Eriksson, quite happy running the high side for now, quite happy just sort of maintaining that momentum on the top. Everybody has their own philosophy to how they want to play out their long run, but even he's kind of giving it back to the bottom now, almost wanted to go side by side a couple turns ago. These top three are probably enjoying where they're sitting right now, while Ericsson's doing a bit of a hunt, but Smith up in front is getting to really just dictate the pace and dictate the way he wants to drive. And with a gap that generous, he's going to enjoy what he's running.
Well, of course, as you remember, this is the generation that made NASCAR famous. This is where the fans came to flock, so we're going to see what made NASCAR, in their fans' words, quote-unquote, great. As we see plenty of side-by-side action, you have, as I look now, the battle for 7th, the battle for 9th. Stevenson moves up to 8th place. He's fallen back one spot from where he gridded up. So there's going to be a point also where the crossover comes where you're going to start to see packs of cars, and I think we're getting close to that right now because everybody's starting to feel the track out. They're starting to get comfortable with their setup. They still got several laps until they have to pit anyway for new tires, so things are going to get a little racy, and we're going to start to see that fall off as well, probably in about next 20 laps, 15, 20 laps. Harris making his way up through the field. He's up to 9th. Hutchinson, though, in the top 10 still. He's got to worry about Ray Partridge, who sits back there in 11th place. Again, this battle here for 9th through 13th, Howie, it's looking really racy early on.
It can be so easy for something to go wrong around here, but it certainly hasn't so far for these drivers. Lots of space being given. They have a lot of control over these 725 horsepower in these things. Oftentimes, this can be a track where sometimes you see a few mistakes and calamities, but instead, this pack is very much running with each other. Not too much of an outrageous draft in these cars, on this circuit. By the time you hit the beginning of the start-finish straight and the back straight, you're basically done with it. You're already straight up onto the turn. You're going to maybe get a tiny bit of an advantage, but this isn't one you're going to get outrageous runs from being behind someone. It's going to be about how you take the corners. It's going to be about the line you take. It's going to be about how much momentum you keep. Wayne Hutchinson right now holding it in front of a few two wide rows behind. They're kind of tussling it out a bit, and he's going to enjoy just running solo. Could make a chase out for Partridge ahead, but I don't think it's quite time yet to start playing on those tyre differences.
That picture showing that the cars are starting to really let off going into 1 and 3, so fuel save is going to be also pretty huge as well. This is the battle for 13th. Brian Halleck ahead of Sebastian Jackson as we're on board with the Canadian, running in 14th at number 87, trying to stay with that lead pack. We're starting to see that pack separation as everybody's single file. We've got a couple cars already testing that high line, and the longer we get into this race, that high line is going to really come into play. I don't know if we're going to see a Kyle Larson line, but it always is possible. Jackson losing the draft just a little bit going into turn number 3. Behind him, Daniel Thomas about 0.2 of a second back. Ooh, a little bit of a rub up there. I believe that was Vavrosky in the number 10 that was involved. But so Jackson trying to hold off, losing one more spot again. That's Macarelli on the low side. through turn number 60, Thomas, I believe, that we're watching now between Jackson and Thomas.
And another thing worth pointing out of all the cars we're seeing graze the wall a bit as Jackson almost sends it quite hard up the inside of the 60 is that this is the generation of car that used the steel body rather than the composite, and a consequence of this is a bit of a sticky wall effect. Get the car too close to the wall and it just sort of glues itself in. It's not even an iRacing bug. That is how these cars sometimes drive, and then you have to yank it off and hope that you don't take out someone else in the way. A bit of a block there down to the line. You should be able to pass below the line, but you don't want to be held down there for long. 34 in the middle could be held 3 wide going into the try. He's certainly getting those 3 wide calls, but I don't think the car on the inside is quite able to clear. Mark Stevenson really racing him hard right now.
Edward Shelley and Samuel Harris, the battle for 6th place, as we see Stevenson as well also in that mix. And it looks like that here's the thing. You talk about those steel bodies, and it gets to a point where it looks like the cars are just with magnets with each other because they're so close to one another, always in a pack. This battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th. Ooh, nice little slide there coming off of turn number 4 as working lap 19 so far. Vavrovsky trying to hold off as we look at the sheets. We're on board with actually replay Shelley. Ooh, that was a beautiful save. You know what that reminded me of? It reminded me of the time, I believe it was, got a little bump there. Ryan Newman sliding off of turn 4 and going into the pits for All-Star qualifying.
I've just been looking at these top 2 drivers, and I mean, it's not quite a battle yet, but the gap with Smith, it was 7 tenths. It's gone down to 3 tenths now at the worst, hovering around the 4 tenths. I still think both are sort of playing their game and not quite playing their chase. We're not going to see the complexion of how the tyres have affected the battle for a few laps to come, but I do feel as if Smith has found times his little lead has gotten eaten into. You need to get every corner right to keep a lead and to keep chasing for a lead. So maybe I shouldn't overread too much into the tiniest of details, but I'm just going to keep an eye on those numbers sometimes to just see, like, is there a chance for a battle to develop as time goes on? Looks like Smith has pulled it out for now as we still have our eyes on the side-by-side in front of Edward Shelley. Looks like there's no minute to rest anywhere from 6th downwards. This top 5 are very much playing their own game, and then behind them, it's the battle.
Here's a replay with Vavrovsky as he just pancakes the wall just a little bit, but able to get it off, and that's what you're talking about. How you're talking about that effect with these steel bodies. You got to pry them off. Yank that wheel all the way to the left, but you got to make sure that nobody is below you. I got to say, got to tip my hand off to the Stevenson-Harris battle. They've been going back and forth for several laps, and now we look at Macrelli in the 701. He's on the bottom half of the top 10. He's trying to get around Partridge and Shelley. This is on board with Macrelli, and you just see how the car just skates around there through 3 and 4, and then once you get on, you got to try and make sure that safer barrier is not going to suck you into it. It's very inviting.
Especially around 3 and 4, the way that back stretch turns very sharply into turn 3. As claimed my car 100,000 times, but these drivers are plenty more talented than me, and they're certainly running faster than I ever would. McCrelly's on board watching at the side-by-side battle up ahead. I've seen that 34 sort of drop back a little bit over time, but I don't think anyone here can quite play spectator. Things can kick off so rapidly in front of you on a track this tight, on a track this small, I would say. 1.5 miles isn't very small. Most tracks are that long, but there's something about Charlotte that feels claustrophobic. That's McCrelly hard into the wall. It's gonna, like, these tiny little bits are gonna slowly possibly wear down at the bodywork and maybe even the wheel at one point. We're seeing tiny ones up to now. We don't really know how much it's affecting, but if you take a nudge that right front, you're plowing tight for the rest of the run until you can get a repair in the pit lane. You get that first one for free, but they don't want to burn it on something silly like that.
Uldis Puteklis is your highest gainer. He's up 10 spots. You also got Robert Orthway up 7 spots as we watch Macrelli. We saw him rub just a little bit off of 1 and 2, but he's able to keep it going. There's Wayne Hutchinson, number 17 out of the Northwest. trying to keep up with the rest of the field in his Doge Bear Chevy Monte Carlo. This is it's interesting because they're fanning out and they're getting close together, but we're getting to that point where the tires are really going to start to come into play. I see Hutchinson has fallen. A little bit of a rub there, and looks like we might have our first incident, and that is Partridge spinning off into turn number 3. Couple other cars, one other car involved as well, and I do believe that this is going to be a yellow flag.
Has it gone yellow? He did get below the line by the time he was slowed, and iRacing likes to throw them based upon whether you're above or below the white line. He might have actually gotten away with that. Looks like Partridge lost it a bit and then could have gotten rear-ended by a car in front. I'm not quite sure on the flag, but I'm also seeing drivers slow down. Going to get confirmation on this.
It looks like there was
a yellow.
Yeah,
it is a yellow.
There's a yellow light up top, so we're seeing Partridge go around. Let's see what he does here, and we'll have a replay for you here momentarily. But that was a odd little incident, to say the least. So now comes the point where, Howie, do you think we're going to see pit stops with 27 laps on the books? Here's a replay first, as it looks like, it just loses it coming off, and then just wrong place, wrong time for a couple of drivers.
So hard to react when a car's out of control and just flying back onto the racing line. You sort of can't fault them for running into the back when those brakes aren't going to do very much for you at that pace. The brake bias is often cranked all the way to the back, so you hit that things too hard, you're going around by yourself as well. It's unfortunate, and I think it's the first of many around here. And I think this is about the point where perhaps you do consider taking tyres if there's a lot of sets available for this race. Because 30 laps is not a make or break race winner or race loser, but if you have a 30-lap advantage on people, you might just make back so much of that time. Race 3 starts at Charlotte, can get a bit hairy near the back. So many cars flying into that 3 and 4 all at once, but our start did go okay. They're going to get more aggressive as the race goes on if we get more of these, though.
Eric Smith, he's supposed to be your leader, but Partridge, I don't know if he was waiting for a wave around or whatnot. Partridge would be coming into the pits, looks like here shortly, to fix some damage. So we're under our first yellow flag. Pace car is out. It's Smith, Schmeier, Erickson, and Hafledson, as we're seeing another replay. Take a look at this. Oh, yeah, just nowhere to go for the 701.
It's probably the safer thing to just run into the car and to try and swerve, go bottom and catch more people. Brian Hallock, really the unluckiest there. He's on the low line. He thinks this isn't really my problem. And then, as is often with NASCAR wrecks, they'll wash up high and then they'll wash back down low again. And if you're at the wrong place when it washes low, you're the one that's going to be caught next. It's not nice to use your fast repair this early at a 600-mile race. It's really not. They'll do what they have to stay out on the track. It does look like drivers are intending to stay out. I think they would have gone into the pits if we've already had our first pit stop for those repairs. We'll have one more look as we go around, but those pace car lights are due to go out very soon, and we'll go back to double file.
Yep, and then we'll see what happens. But yeah, I mean, some thinking it's too early, but if you're near the back of the back, honestly, that's something that I would do. I would probably pit and just gamble at this point, But then again, it is early. You might want to double stint your tires, as it looks like drivers will stay out for yet another lap. We'll see the double file restart here momentarily, as it looks like that's what the driver's going to do. Take a look at the pace car as it crosses the line. I think the lights are out, so we will get set for our first restart of the race. It's going to be Eric Smith and Jeff Schmeier on the front row, Jesper Eriksson and Michael Hafledson in row 2, Robert Northway, Sam Harris in row 3, Mark Stevenson and Edward Shelley row 4, row 5, Trevor Vavrosky and Daniel Solo. He's up 4 spots. Vavrosky up 9 spots. It's actually one of your biggest movers. I think it is your biggest mover. Jerome Bonds also up 9 spots, but he's back in 22nd position. Make that 21st as the field working their way down the backstretch. The pace car will come off around the pit in here momentarily. As we're going to go back to racing, we'll see what these tires can do on the restart. Smith will have the control, will be the control car going down the front straightaway, so it'll be his time to call through the restart zone. And he's really led from for the green flag so far, but Schmeier, he's been able to catch up. Let's see what he does this time by as he comes off of turn 4. Then a pace car will make the hard left right about now, and it's going to be all Smith and Schmeier on the front row. Field picks up their pace as they head through the restart zone. Green flag coming back out at Charlotte as Schmeier still stays in second place, but Smith with another great start. He's able to get there. Ericsson goes to the inside. He's going to take second place from Schmeier as it's going to be Smith and Ericsson through 1 and 2.
After all those laps leading, the one thing you want to do on the restart is lead again, but no one's going to quite get their run for long enough. Athleticon flying up there as well. So we're running side by side for the lead. I imagine the bottom's going to have a good run coming out onto the tri-oval, and we're going to do this a few more times before we string out. But Ericsson's looking hungry, dips in behind, seeing if he can get the momentum on the high side. I think he's going to abandon it just for now. I want to see this run into 3 and 4. He's ready to go side by side. Has that little bit of a run. He's taken the bottom, and that could be our new race lead coming out of turn 3 and 4. I do feel like Smith might take this back, but they are certainly out there fighting this early.
Well, they really are, and Ericsson was one of the first to really dip his toes into the highline water, and he really does, and now he's starting to open up. Of course, also, Howie, something I'm noticing as well is the lights are starting to take effect here at Charlotte. So it looks like Ericsson's car starting to come into play. Here comes Northway to the inside of Schmeier. That's a battle for third place, I should say. So Schmeier's going to lose that. He's going to go to 4th. And now Northway, he has his sights set on 2nd. Smith. So Smith's starting to fall back just a little bit. Lost 1 position in 1 lap. Let's see if what happens here. Also, you're seeing Haflitzen and Vavrovsky. They're battling for position as Vavrovsky running high once again. He's trying to get into that 5th spot. He's side by side coming off of turn number 2. And because he's up high, he's kind of choked off the point. Haflitzen needs to go high and keep that momentum.
Smith's just sort of bleeding out time, and now he's not going to get that run he had at the start. I keep thinking Vavrovsky is going to run into the back of it as soon as it is, but instead he's been able to seize that bottom line. A little bit of intimidation, a little bit of rattle in their cage. Now he's going to take the bottom, but I don't think the run is there. We're seeing that high line give you a lot of momentum to fly down this back straight and then take the dominant line into 3 and 4. Yeah, he's well and truly dropped off. Mostly single file in here for this top 6, but they're running closer than they were on the first run.
Well, he's running about 0.2 of a second off his best lap that he, I should say, ran earlier on in the race. Make that 0.3 of a second. Ericsson, your fastest lap with a 29.3. As Northway, we're watching him try and reel in our early race leader, Eric Smith. Smith down 1 position, Northway up 9, Vavrovsky up 12. That's our biggest mover so far this race from the starting position. But Northway, he had a couple of great moves there as he reels in Smith through turn number 4, as couple of rubs off of turn 4, nothing too major. Let's see if Northway decides to go high. No, he's going to back off and let that momentum, and you're going to see that throughout the race. Some drivers will let off early just so they can slingshot their way off of 2 and 4. Also, Smith kind of not letting Northway have that inside line, but Northway's going to try a little higher entry this time by.
And I just had to check because it was occluded by the replay. Every driver stopped under the caution. We're on a completely fresh slate when it comes to tires. Everybody running tires of the exact same age, brand new fresh. It's why they've been pushing from the start of this run, and we're going to see sort of a reset of the run we had the first time with the pace dropping off the cliff over time, but no one's quite gotten that advantage strategy over anyone else. The caution came kind of at a perfect time to cut everybody's run short.
I'll say this, the more that Vavrovsky runs and keeps slapping into that wall, he's going to really lose that right rear quarter panel as single file still, but Northway, he's trying to use some patience to try and get around Smith, but while that's happening, Ericsson is opening up a 0.6 of a second gap for the lead. Oh, look at this. Schmeier also trying to see if he can get back that 4th position. from Northway, and that's something we're going to have to watch out for. Doesn't matter if you get that position or not, Howie. It still could be taken from you as your tires fall off if you abuse them too hard early on.
Northway washed off the bottom in 3 and 4. It would have left a perfect Schmeier-sized gap that he just wasn't in position to take. Wondering if he'll do it again. It's sort of mistake that might make you just get eaten up around here. This time he makes it to the bottom without a car space this time, but I just see Schmeier all over his bumper, ready to give him a little bump of his life if he ever feels like, I don't know how physical he'll get around here. Here comes Haflisterton. He flies around the inside of Schmeier, though. He's just come out of nowhere, and I think he's now going to make this challenge for the top 3.
I was just going to say, Haflisterton looks like that he's opened up an extra can of horsepower. He looks to the inside of Northway, trying to get that 3rd spot, but Northway not going to make it easy for him.
I think we have gone yellow. We have gone yellow on the race. I saw him slow down for a second, and I wondered what was going on between them. Looks like it's Hutchinson, the 17 car, far off the back of the pack. We'll have to catch a replay of that.
So on our second yellow of the race, as Ericsson is the leader, and of course that's going to give him a chance to take the restart. As can't wait to see the replay of that one. And as we all know, stuff happens, in just strange places. And then we get to see if drivers are still going to pit. I don't think so. It's too soon between the last tire change. But I got to say, if you're Haflisterton, you've got to be regretting that. Just decided to go off grass a little bit, shortcut the course. Ooh. A little bit of a bump up. And, that's a hard hit for the 17.
You can get across the grass and get back onto the track without a caution if you make it back up onto the track that time. And he certainly didn't make it back up safely, flew through the pits. Now, you're seeing the drivers stop again, and that's because this race has unlimited tire sets for the drivers, which means you're not having to really preserve the number you have in your back pocket. You kind of might as well take every chance you can get as someone in the back is completely out of their pit box and has almost had to go sideways on the track. I'm getting a Joey Logano this year repeat. That's one for the spare car, that return to the track right into the middle. Big battle off pit road. I see Haflisterton fly off pit road. I think he's only held the P3, but that was a spirited attempt to snatch the lead off the pit road.
That was, and Eric Smith comes in second. He's going to be your leader once again. Ericsson, Haflisterton, Northway, Schmeier, your top 5 as they come out of the pits. Stevenson, Harris, Solo, Thomas, and Shelley round out your top 10. So another good pit stop out of the 556 as we go through our second yellow flag of the race. We're 43 laps in, as the field catches up to the back of the pace car. So already a quick pace here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, as we are about a 10th of the way through the World 600.
Time flies when you're having fun or going fast. You mentioned Eric Smith's pit stop. It's not just the racing you have to get perfect here in order to hold on to the lead. It's going to have to be every single pit entry and pit exit. We're not just talking about the penalties you can get for speeding or missing your marks, but just missing that box by a little will get you eaten up and taken advantage of by someone who did it just that little bit better. These cars with no speed limiter, of course, you have to get everything perfect in the lane, especially if these drivers are going to be hitting it every single lap, as we see Haflisterton on the inside. Take note of these Alcantara cars, by the way. They've got a Dodge Charger rear, or it might be a different Dodge, but they've got a Dodge rear rather than the Chevys. This is the last iRacing NASCAR that allows you to change the manufacturer decals. In fact, they said they're not even going to be able to do this for the upcoming Gen 4. So I love it when some of these drivers get creative.
It actually looks like a Dodge Intrepid, which, by the way, the Dodge Intrepid, when it first came out, chef's kiss. All right, back to the restart. As pace lights are on in the pace car. Smith and Ericsson, your front row. Let's see if Ericsson can hang tight. We saw how well that he was able to get back into the lead, I should say. Basically took about 2 laps, but now that he's up front, can he hold that front row position? Pace car is off, back underway. Second restart of the race. Green flag is out. Eric Smith with a nice jump once again, but how long will it take for Ericsson to reel him in? That's about the tightest that it's been for any start and restart between the two drivers, as Smith has a great jump off the start and restart, but he's not able to capitalize later on as we see a battle for third place. Northway to the inside of Haflitzen. Haflitzen might have some problems getting their car up to speed right away. They're side by side through turn 3, turn 4. A little bit of a rub there as Haflitzen tried to go down to defend just a little bit, but that bluey number 46 of Northway trying to keep the number 81 Dodge Haflitzen behind him, and he finally passed him through turn 1.
Got a fantastic run on the last lap that helped set all of that up, and good runs out of turn 2 are helping set this up. He left a bit of space. I thought Haflitzen was closer to make the attack, but then we get another angle, and it turns out the cameras were lying to us the whole time. He's the one that's actually under attack from Schmeier. Behind Stevenson, and then one of Michael's teammates, Daniel Solo. 2 Alcantech team drivers quite high up the field. You can tell those cars on the field. You can recognize them very easily.
Well, look at Ericsson. He's starting to reel in Smith once again, but again, Schmeier trying to get into that 4th position that Haflitzen has. I would say give it a couple more laps, Howie, until Haflitzen's car really comes up to temperature, I should say. Schmeier with a little bit of wiggle. One in the wall back there. Let's see if we stay green, and indeed we do, as Schmeier trying to get that car up and running. There's a 34 of Edward Shelley. Not sure if that was the car that decided to go for the wall slapper, but he's not had a good start to the race, down 12 positions from where he started. We have a new leader. It's Jesper Eriksson, your leader. Didn't take long for Ericsson to get around Smith. No surprise there. So Ericsson's car really coming into play, and it looks like that they may have to deal with lap traffic a lot sooner than I think anybody really anticipated.
These two have been trading places for the whole first 50 laps, and Smith's had the edge in the long run, but if Ericsson can use this chance to get away, he can set the pace until possibly the next caution sets him into play. Obviously, the longer we go, the more odds we do have of getting the green flag pit stop. And Edward Shelley there, hitting the wall hard in the tri-oval, just about keeps the car pointed forward and is able to keep on running, but lacks the brutality of, I call it the quad oval around here because of those 2 turns. I find some of those things just absolutely accursed. And it's Ericsson with a good getaway for now.
Yeah, and Smith with a half-second swing, make that 0.6 of a second swing, as he had a 0.2 of a second advantage early on, but now is down 0.4 of a second to our leader, Ericsson. But as we mentioned, Ericsson's going to have to deal with some lap traffic here momentarily. Do believe that's going to be Hutchinson. No, it's going to be Harris in the 707. Harris and Hutchinson, they were front runners early on, but they're dealing with issues. Hutchinson only lost 2 laps because of that crash that he had that brought out our last caution. But nonetheless, here's the battle for back of the pack. It looks like it's Ollie McGowan, who was in the 18th, lost 2 spots. I gotta say, Howie, I applaud the creativity by putting a Skoda decal on the Gen 4.
I like Volvos, and the craziest thing you can do is put a BMW on it. The new ARCA cars, they released temporarily with the ability to update the designs, and so we had Volvos and BMWs and Nissan GTRs running everywhere, and then they've locked those away from us due to the manufacturers. Ollie McGowan fell back there after a little twitch sent him into the wall. These cars do like to twitch under you. They don't do what they do without reason, but it can be very easy just have a tiny micro correction and errors. That's a big wall hit from the 46 of Northway. He's going to lose all of those places in one fell swoop. So even the fastest drivers here are not immune from the Charlotte Quad Oval. Even more sparks from the car ahead.
I fear that we're going to have an episode. Bluey goes to the racetrack and finds a wall because he's been whacking the wall a couple of times during this race. But nonetheless, he hasn't lost too much, but still enough momentum to where it will create a problem. We're on board with the number 46 in Northway in that Bluey livery. Through turn number 2 as Schmeier closing in on Haflitzen. That's for the 3rd spot. And here's what I like, Howie. There was a brief time and period where NASCAR Productions had the, they had the cars where the camera gyroed with the banking. I love that. That's fantastic.
It looks like we've gone yellow again. As you mentioned that, I heard the engines go down first, and then I noticed another incident on the track. Gonna have to catch a replay to see who that is. I can't immediately work it out in the live timing, but seems to be the first of many. It isn't quite cautions race, but in all these cases, it's been small errors compounding with the lack of space on the track, and that's just led to everything falling down one step after another. I wonder if they will take their tyres again with the unlimited sets. It seems to be that this is the way it's going, and if it goes this way, we're not going to see too much strategy for a while, and it really is going to be a chain of back-to-back sprint races, as you previously imagined.
And if you have the opportunity for unlimited tire changes, why wouldn't you take them? Because this generation of car eats up tires, as we await a replay to see exactly why we're under the yellow flag. A space car has caught the field. See if Ericsson can get a good pit stop, as it looks like the pits may be open. And do I see Smith trying to juke everybody out and stay on track? No, he's going to go in the pit. So everybody going in to get 4 fresh set of tires and top up with that fuel. See who comes out. The past couple of times, Smith has been able to persevere and be one of the fastest out there of the pits. We see Johnson.
Pace car's got a bit of a lonely existence here.
Yeah,
you know, eventually.
Pace car likes to be out there on its own. As we watch the front of the pack, drivers on their left side tires now. Oh, looks like we might have a new leader, and indeed we will. It's going to be Jesper Eriksson. Eric Smith falls back 2 spots. So Eriksson and Haflidsson make a good pit stop here, Howie, and they're going to be on the front row. That's going to be very interesting.
Well, Haflidsson does it again, but Eriksson came in like a speeding bullet out of those pit roads and locks up a brand new front row indeed. Smith has been caught a couple of times on the pit road, and if this keeps happening, then he might not have a win to his name, not even on the back of on-track pace. Here's our incident. Oh, this Potatoes. Oh, turned on the side, on the start finish, on the back straight even, and another send up the ramp of the front of the 87. Those fronts seem to really enjoy doing that, just sort of sending the car flying, riding the windshield. That's a nasty hit in the wall.
It's a nasty hit in the wall that makes it even worse when your own teammate is the one who takes you out. All right, so the lights are out on the pace car. It's going to be Eriksson and Haflidsson for the first time on the front row together. Smith in an unfamiliar spot. He's going to sit in the second row alongside Schmeier. That's going to be Stevenson Solo, who is 8 spots up. He's in 6th place, and Thomas and Northway make up row 4. Thomas also with 8 spots up. And then you got Holmer and Crisp. They've both made double digits up so far from their starting position. So a lot of jostling. And we said that, my theory is most of these races, if you have, these, no matter where you qualify, if it's a long race, it's not too much of an issue. As we look out the back of Eriksson in our picture-in-picture, ooh, this is going to be a very, very interesting restart, to say the least. Field working their way.
Go ahead,
sorry.
All right, these are 2 Swedish teams with a rivalry on the front row, so I want to know how they're going to race each other.
That's a good point right there. Let's see what Eriksson, see how long he can hold off Haflidsson as the pace car comes off the pits. And Eriksson, he was up on that bumper, Earnhardt style, on the pace car. Field starts to come up to speed. Green flags back out for our 3rd restart of the race. And Eriksson able to get a car 2 car length jump, as we see Haflidsson and Smith side by side for 2nd place.
Smith got a great jump, and he's so hungry to get that P2 back. He's going to need to hold that inside well into a turn 3. He gives it up. He doesn't have the run, and that's going to give it back to Haflidsson. Now the 556 is going to be harassed by some of the cars behind. Solo also made a big jump up to P5. Quite a few of those teammates making up good places and good pace. Almost around the outside, he tries to throw it. He's in the red car, the same design as Michael Haflidsson up in the front. We're running single file here for almost the entire top 10, 12. Still not seeing the first movement behind, and Haflidsson seems to have his pace on again. He's going to try and make this move any way necessary.
Yeah, Halflidson trying to catch up to Ericsson. Also seeing Northway trying to get around Schmeier for position as well. But Schmeier trying to catch up to Smith as he's fallen back just a little bit. As I'm wondering if Smith's setup is just not conducive for this nighttime run. See a couple of cars near the back of the pack that are trying to pop out and take a look to the inside, but we're watching this battle for the lead. Here's a good battle from Crisp, and it looks like Holmer. That's for the battle for 10th place, where Holmer has it in the 79. Crisp in the 118 wants it. Coming down the front straightaway. Oh, man, just watching these cars dance at night. It is something special to behold.
It's the same team rivalry back to back here. It's Crisp on a SimRace Sweden car, and saw him slow down for a second.
Yeah,
are we yellow again?
Yeah. Yep. You know, you were mentioning the cautions don't bring cautions, and look what you did. You jinxed it. Good job.
If the commentator's curse, anyone that tries to deny its existence is merely staving off the inevitable. You have to accept that you're a bringer of chaos. You simply change the complexion by being here, and instead you have to wield that power, possibly irresponsibly.
Well, I'll admit there are times where, you know, I've come across long green flag runs. I'm just like, you don't throw caution to the wind. Let's bring a hex on everything. Ask Joe about that one. All right, so it's our fourth caution of the day. We'll find out what the issue is here on a GSRC replay in just moments, but the pace car comes back out. Here we go. And it looks like Paul Nicholson is the cause of this caution. Oh, just walls it hard, tries to save it, and then nowhere for the 242 to go, and that is Scott Kukas as he's into the pits he's actually in the back of the pack, so both of those drivers are in, and only one driver hidden into the pits.
Might be for some of the necessary repairs. That definitely was a run too short to take a stop for. It's Daniel J. Thomas, actually. So he's taking his own stop, and we're gonna see how that changes his strategy. One or two making the dip, but for the rest of them, they barely made it a green lap before hitting the red, so everything in them is about as good as it stands. Another chance for a spicy restart. It stayed very much as it was, but there were glimmers of big attacks. I see Smith on every restart just trying to catapult through people. Michael Affeliston almost had the run a few times, held off very well by a fast Ericsson. I think some of the storylines that we didn't quite see develop are about to repeat themselves one more time, and this time they really could develop.
Well, it looks like that 19th on back were the ones who decided, you know what, let's throw on a fresh set of tires and see what happens. I'm interested in that storyline. So Vavrosky, Thomas, Alec Baker, Macrelli, who had a good run early on, Anderson, Harris, Jackson, Hogg, Forkolb, Putkalis, who was involved in an early crash, Partridge, and Nicholson. They all pitted. And I think Kukas also came back into the pits to kind of fix a little bit of damage. We'll see what happens here in the next couple of laps as we take a look at the pace car, and the lights are out. So we'll see if the old tires versus new tires strategy works.
Only a few laps in it, so it won't matter now, but it could matter later. It's definitely not an impossibility. But indeed, if you stop every single time without fail, then there's actually more chances to make mistakes on pit road, and many a race has been completely spoiled by that. Jesper Ericsson's gonna control the field for the second time in a row now, as almost feels like Michael is trying to play games with him there with the little pass down at the back stretch. And one day I'll stop getting that confused with the start-finish stretch. It's just words in my mind. I think we're going to see an explosive restart. We got very close to one last time around. The more we do, the more likely it is that pressure's going to boil over.
Yep. So strap in, sit down. This restart might be better or worse than a pressure cooker trying to get your food into a canner. Pace car will be coming off here shortly as Ericsson and Halflidson will lead the field down to green. Of course, it's Ericsson's pace as he comes down into the restart zone. Green flag is back out. And another nice jump from Ericsson. He's able to get a 2-car length gap as we're on board with Schmeier. He'll have a nice front row seat to whatever happens as Smith looks to the inside. He's going to try and get second place away from Halflidson. He has it for now coming off of turn number 2, but how much longer will that last? Well, not much longer.
I keep thinking the momentum's going to work, and then it just tapers out. Seems like the outside into 1 and 2 are great. We're side by side behind Northway, holding that inside line. The Bluey car being up front, very, very noteworthy and easy to spot. He's going to need to have some good pace to clear the car on the outside, though. Schmeier has been... All these top drivers, they've all pretty much started here and run here since the first run of the race. Could be any one of them down the line if nothing changes between now and then. Still side by side, that 30 just being pinned all the way to the top. I don't think he'll be very good on this quad over, and Solo almost tries to get on the inside himself. Thinks better of it this time. It's a long race ahead, and we're going to see the moves get more audacious as it goes on, but not before the first quarter's done.
Yes, they were over 6 of the way into this race, 68 laps in the working lap, 60, I should say, 67 laps in the books, as Smith trying to do all he can to get up to that top 2, but Northway, we've seen how good he has. He's just waiting for that long run. The longer the run goes, the better his car is. But Schmeier and Solo also have, they've got a battle going on as Schmeier catches up to Northway once again. These two have been battling all race long so far. And once again, they show their might as 11th, Garen Batten. He's running through 3 and 4 quite nicely.
Well, these drivers are being smart in the way, at the front, they're being very smart in the way they race it. We're seeing people take opportunities when presented, but we're not seeing stupidity. We're not seeing overly aggressive swings and moves that could top you out of the race. It's not time for that. There will be a time for the outrageous. There will be a time for the crazy. For now, though, you have to settle into a long race at Charlotte because your mood now is going to set everything that you do. This top 2, quite a bit of separation from the field behind. I've listed 2 tenths behind, and it's 6 tenths further back. In the middle of the pack, we're still racing as ever. Here's Trevor Vavrowski, who I can say it, and I just can't get it right on the first time. Getting a nice clear on the outside, taps the wall a bit, gets away with it down the back stretch. Still a few too wide here, although it's calmed down from the early runs in the race where we were just seeing continuous too wide the whole way around the track.
Now it's time to start to preserve the equipment because it is, as you mentioned, a long race. Yes, this is a different Charlotte than what is the quote-unquote new Charlotte, but still you want to make sure that you have the equipment at the end because if something happens, you're able to get up there as well. Battle for position. This is Vavrowski and Cayoso, as that's for 13th. Vavrowski now starting to make that high line work for him. That's one of the first drivers that we've seen really use that high line to their advantage. So I'm starting to think that looks like a little bit of spark and smoke there as well out of Vavrowski, the UPS Ford in livery of Dale Jarrett, as he starts to get loose through the corners. A little too early for that. Definitely don't want that to happen because that'll really affect the handling later on in the race.
I mean, this car builds loose by default. So if you run the stock setup, usually they come pretty tight in iRacing, but these cars start loose, and you probably want to make them looser to make them faster. That horsepower doesn't kid around, and driving these things is tiring in itself before you even consider the fact that there's 30 people on the track that you have to beat in a race. That's Matthew Crisp on the inside. Masurski does have good pace, though. He is absolutely climbing up drivers one by one. Really starting to make up a lot of lost time to SimRace Sweden drivers up ahead. They have very similar cars, very easy to spot from a distance. They might play some team games to hold this back, or they might just decide this isn't our game right now. Strategies are starting to differ, and we're not even at lap 100.
Ericsson still with a healthy lead as Vavrowski taking the really high line so high we're starting to see sparks come out the back, but he has gained a bunch of positions after this last restart. He was one of the drivers to really watch out for on that restart as he tries to go into 8th place with Fredrickson having that position. Staying on board with him for just a little bit. As a little wiggle there out of Fredrickson. So Vrosky goes here. Gonna stay high, but Fredrickson always going to go low because Fredrickson's going to give him that low line through 3 and 4. Not sure how smart that is because Vrosky's going to go, thank you very much, coming up 4.
Our second place driver in the whole Majors Europe Championship. Vrosky is the driver on fresh tyres in this field. Everyone around him didn't make that stop as you discussed earlier, and we are seeing the advantage play out. It was a winning play for these drivers behind to make their stops for fresh tyres. Most haven't made the most of it, but you can say Vrosky definitely has. He's clearing these people like it's no business, and they're probably letting it go because they know this is a pointless battle to play. Now he's got some of the fastest drivers on the field to chase down, but if something else flies, if more pit stops are required, he's now just made up an excellent position, up 10 from where he started, and on he charges.
Indeed, he does, as Garen Batten sitting there in 13th place, trying to hold off Chioso. As Chioso goes around the outside, high, wide, and handsome, that's 705. Looking pretty racy early on. Chioso, one of the drivers who I believe went for tires as well, so we're starting to see that crossover of drivers who pitted after the last yellow and the ones who pitted the yellow before that. It happened a lot faster than I thought it would, but then again, you know, that's life. You think everything happens a lot later than it does, and nope, it really happens sooner. As we're seeing the speed there on the bottom right, look at that, 242 kilometers an hour through the corners. That's booking it.
This track is a cheese grater. That's the best word I've heard to describe just how it wrecks your tires, sliding up and down them. So it does make sense. We're at about that crossover where suddenly the new ones are like just putting a rocket ship on the back of your car. Solo holds you inside, a little bit of contact, almost like he's trying to defend this position kind of hard, but I have a feeling that this one is inevitable. So much speed being carried on that high side by Vrosky. He's going to chase down 6. I wonder how far he can make it. There has to be a limit to this. There has to be a limit where he reaches this point where his tires suddenly just start hitting that cliff again, and now he's running around the same pace as the rest. And he's making it up bit by bit.
And if I'm Vrosky, I'm asking for a yellow now because that shows that strategy actually works, because now you can pit with everybody. You put the front runners, and automatically you've gained those positions that you lost after the last stint.
I wonder if he would stop with the rest at this point. If he has a top 6 race start, you can just use that to start playing the game of just fighting with the rest. I mean, this is slightly like unrepresentative in a way of the pace he has as a driver around the track. Second in the championship, I'm not going to disrespect anything until I see more of it, but obviously the tyres are a very big advantage factor, and we've just not seen the body of evidence yet available to understand how he'll race on even keel with the others, but he's going to enjoy taking another place very much. Oh, he just needs to get past Stevenson. He's holding the bottom this time, runs him up to the wall. As our picture-in-picture Brian Haller turns into the wall. He just about stayed green for that. I'm surprised he got passed by a few cars at low speed. Some of these drivers at the back, they are making these sorts of mistakes that are tripping up the field. That time the field gets the way of it. He's not going to be too happy with that, though.
And of course, you also feel like a superhero once you get on the fresh tires with everybody else on the more race-used tires, as we saw Stevenson kind of slip up just a little bit just before Vrosky took him up. Now he's got a sight set on the 46 of Northway, who's about a half straightaway ahead of him. But nonetheless, this has been such a good race. Oh, look at that, 305 kilometers an hour Stevenson on older tires than Vrosky. Vrosky, though, looks high, and he might lose that momentum. So I think we're starting to see that crossover point start to take shape.
I don't think he'll be actively slower, but he might have just lost that advantage, and he's still running the top side of the track as if he has momentum. I have a feeling that could be the undoing. Top's good, and it's going to be getting better as the race goes on. No race does more rubber get laid down on the track than at a 600-miler, but there does come a point where it's not just the free pace anymore. You need to start holding that bottom line and defending your position because the pace just doesn't come automatically anymore. I think he's starting to understand that. He is certainly hitting a bit low. He's 2 cars up from Daniel Solo here. Still sort of leaving that gap open though, and if Stevenson decides he wants to go for it, this could become sticky.
You'd love for it to become sticky. That way the tires will work. Oh, wait, no, we're talking about the battles. Working lap 86 so far. Ericsson and Smith, we haven't forgotten about them. They've kind of opened up a decent gap to third on back. Trying to look on the tower here. Thomas trying to work his way into the top 10, but we're watching this battle for 4th place with Northway once again finding Schmeier. Schmeier got around him early, and Northway's going to look to the inside going into turn 3, and they're going to be side by side. Let's see if Northway can muscle his way around the inside. Schmeier doing all he can to defend off of Northway in turn 4, and you have to give you a little bit of a touch. Of course, also picture Thomas Fredrickson, I should say, with the one who kind of walled it a little bit.
It's going to be claiming more and more victims as the run gets deeper and deeper and deeper. You're going to possibly be getting more and more understeer out of these old tires, and wall hits are going to breed wall hits in this car. That's the thing I'm very scared of. The body's very flexible. The hit gets absorbed by the wheel. Now your front right is damaged. Now you're going to plow tight. Now it just gets worse and worse and worse. Real slippage from the Skoda car behind. I almost felt like it was going to loop backwards, but it keeps itself pointed the right way. Everybody very much running their own pace at the moment as we start to approach what could become the quarter mark. Do you think we'll see it under green? I want to see the Kirsten action.
Oh, you know what? As much as I want to see the Kirsten action, I'm a sucker for green flag pit stops. I love the strategy that goes into it. So I hope we see at least one green flag pit stop during this race. Here's Thomas trying to not only hold off Harris, but also get into that 9th position where Holmer has it. We're on board with the 707 of Harris as he tries to catch up to that number 60 CarQuest Chevy. He's going to look to the inside, and there's a little bit of a gaggle there. Up ahead, kind of slowing things up, but yet keeping pace. You've got Holmer, Solo, Stevenson, and it looks like Vavrosky involved in that as well, going down the front straightaway.
Vavrosky's definitely hit his crossover point. I see our first pit stop. It's Sebastian Jackson in the 87. Not sure what it's for, whether it's for something like damage or whether it's our first strategy stop of the race. He has hit the pit road under green, and this could trigger something in these drivers that stayed out for a while. This could be the beginning of a wave, or it could just be a one-off, but we're going to have to keep an eye on pit road and spot anyone else starts to make the move. See how this is going to pan out now. You might get your wish.
I hope so. Licking my chops here as we see Harris trying to get that 10th spot. A little bit of a nudge there, but saying, hey, I'm just right here in case something happens, as he looks to the inside, outside, I should say. That is Thomas trying to gain a position over the 79 Holmer. He does so far, so he's up in the top 10. But look at this, side-by-side, 4 position. Might even become 3 wide here shortly if they keep dancing around just a little bit more. Oh, got a little bit of a bump there. Slow car off of turn number 1. Not sure who that is. That is one of the cars that was involved in the incident early on.
Really just risking some danger around here, but drivers making sure to stick it to the bottom. They're being nice and smart about getting it below the line in this instance and avoiding another explosive incident. Looking at Vavrosky, who has just made the pass for P5. I was about to say, here's Sebastian Jackson, the picture-in-picture. Yeah, he was sent a little bit low, decides to keep it there while the field returns. I was about to say Vavrosky hasn't really held the pace successfully with a second gap, but he seems to have made up the PS5. I'm not actually sure how he did that with the 1.5 second gap ahead. I haven't quite seen pit lane movement, and Sebastian Jackson's been the only one that's made the dive for it for a while. He's gone a lap down in the process, hoping to get that back over time, as Robert Northway, just seen on screen, putting up the chase well is Holmer on the inside, Stevenson and Solo just behind. they're still sort of playing their own game and taking chances that are open for them. Really, the best way to play a race like this is to stay in your own head. You are getting chased by people. People are trying to take advantage of you on the track, but if you let them get in your head less than a quarter of the way through the 600, then it's the beginning of the end for you. And on an oval track, you miss one zone. You're not just going off the track a bit, you're wrecking the car in one go.
Well, if you're going to do that, you better charge them right, because it ain't going to be cheap to keep them there for 3/4 of the race. As we're hearing that Jackson had a down tire, so that could have been part of the culprit there. So that's part of the reason why he pitted early. Here comes Schmeier as we take a look at him trying to hold off the 70. I got to go up the screen. Whoops. The 79 of Holmer. Schmeier and Holmer in the battle for 6th place as they're side by side.
This pack here, very much sticking to themselves, but Schmeier running a bit higher than the rest. They are chasing and battling more than I expected them to around here. That gap on the bottom looks very, very tempting and tantalizing. You don't necessarily want to make a bad move before it gets closed off on you. And it's Daniel Homer making it past Fabrowski. His pace certainly is slipping and slipping bit by bit. It's now 2 seconds to Northway ahead, though. It's one of the biggest gaps on this track. And I don't know if the drivers have it quite in them to make that gap up before we see our first pit stop. So that pit stop wasn't a intended strategy call, but they are coming. We know they're coming. These cars can usually manage about 50 to 60 on a tank on a track like this. Wondered if they were going slow. Not quite. It's the eyes, it's perspective. We're a quarter of a way through this race now. Lots of time to go, but we're going to see more and more moves as this develops. Samuel Harris up on the inside of 703.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I'm looking at the timing sheets. Schmeier, who's one of the ones who pitted 2 cautions ago, he's really fallen through the back of the pack. He's in 12th place. So we're looking at Norway and Haflidason. They're able to keep their tires up in good position. The 2 drivers who had, they had the last pit stop. They're the ones who've made the most headway with this, with Holmer and Vavrosky in 5th and 6th. We're starting to see lap-down traffic also play in part, Howie, where I've got to say this. It's going to be interesting now that we're past a quarter way in the race, how that's going to take hold.
Still a few more laps in the tank for these drivers. Now, getting around lap cars, it can be tricky on a track this thin. Even if they want to facilitate the pass, they sort of need to awkwardly shuffle on by. It's going to be hitting the bottom. That could be a pit lane entry. We are seeing our green flag pit stops. Here we go. Robert Northway is the first of the lead pack here to bite the bullet, but Adam Preston just behind was also seen dropping into pit road. So this is the first serious one going to set the momentum of this race. Expected to take all the fuel and tires he needs and then start getting his lap back. But if a caution hits around now, anyone that stops is living in calamity.
No, they really are, as Northway with a 14 second pit stop, 15.12 seconds at pit stop, so decent stop for the number 46 as we see Vavrosky trying to hold off the 60 of Daniel Thomas. Thomas is another driver who's really taken this restart and has made hay with it, so his car's set up for the longer runs as he makes easy work of that number 10. He also right now your fastest in the field, but Schmeier, he comes into the pits, hits his marks. Keep an eye on that one.
So we're in the pit stop window, but these early ones are going to be looking to undercut the field, get good laps on new tyres, and hopefully beat out these slow laps on the old ones. Obviously, cautions and incidents completely change the complexion of this, and getting past some of these slow cars on your new tyres can be a real pain on a track like this. Passing isn't the easiest. Our leader now bites Jesper Eriksson with Smith right behind. It's the 1-2. Homer inheriting the lead for now.
Appleton also coming into the pits. Let's keep an eye on this one as we see the field really jumbling. You'll see that coming in and out. There's a lot of drivers actually coming in. It's also Verwayen coming in, Stevenson, Batten, Shelley, Guest, Hawk, everybody deciding to take lap 106 as the opportunity to come into the pits. We saw Eriksson come in first. Let's see who comes in between Eriksson and Smith. Smith's team really looking pretty good for their pit stops. As
Homer's in.
Yep. Eriksson a little bit more of a gap than he had last time by. So Eriksson, Smith, 1 and 2.
One thing that can cause unfortunate incidents sometimes, I hope the drivers are here are skilled enough to make sure this doesn't happen, is this sort of entry and exit on a track like this being as tight as it is. Sometimes there could be little miscommunications with the cars that drop into pit road or the cars that come out at a different pace. Hoping they can all keep it together, because nobody wants this deal to be shuffled up by pure luck. Only a few drivers up front haven't stopped now. Harris, Thomas, and Vasvosky, all the ones that took those later stops under the last caution. So I imagine there'll be a while before they stop and a while before we see the complexion. Robert Northway looks like the leader out of the drivers that stopped for now. He stopped earlier than the rest, 102 rather than 105, and was solo now in the pit. Everybody that's up ahead is part of that group that made that quite late stop under the last caution.
Solo in the pits as well. So top 6 have yet to pit, and yeah, that will make Northway the aggregate leader at this point. We'll see what he does and how he catches up. Looks like some of the other drivers really starting to get their tires up to temperature as we're seeing the 60 fall back. Daniel Thomas, your second place runner right now in the 60. He's got a half second behind the leader on track. It's Harris. As we see Vavrosky come into the pit. So yeah, he's taking this opportunity. He ran about 3 or 4 laps more than the leaders to come into the pits as we see the 4-tire and fuel stop happen for the number 10.
Seems a bit early for Vavrosky, just because he had about, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, maybe 10 laps on the rest of the field, and then he's going to stop just a few laps out from them anyway. I mean, Daniel Thomas is now stopping, so it looks like the rest of these drivers are going to make that move together. Same thing for Ray Partridge. Samuel Harris keeps out for another lap. I think he's trying to play a heavy overcut and stay as hard out as he can for as long as he can. Only then Harris and Baker. And there are last 2 staying out for now, but when they bite, it's going to be interesting. They've really alternated the strategy. That's Harris. Baker's the last one now.
Let's see what Baker does. We follow him, and yeah, looks like he's going to stay out for at least one more lap, get those extra points. But here's the thing. Now he's dealing with drivers who have already pitted. So now he's the one on older tires, trying to hold them off with the fresher tires.
Have you ever seen a pace difference as stark around there? That's not a skill issue. That is a rubber issue. It's absolutely nowhere. Or the 702 of Solo almost just froze it up into the inside of Batten. He is going to have the momentum out. I thought that could have ended in contact, and Vavosky has the temptation to send it free, hold it back for now, and tries to take the bottom away. Doesn't take it from Solo, but Batten's just losing out in that. Gotta say, I love that neon blue Ford Fusion. I think it's the most outstanding looking car here today.
Baker's in the pits, so Northway has taken the lead for the first time today with that early pit stop. So it's Northway, Eriksson, Smith, 1, 2, 3. But how long will that last? We know Northway, the later the car goes in the run, the better it is. So this could be an opportunity for the driver of the number 46 to take hold of this lead. We're watching this battle between Batten in the 15th spot and Shelley, I should say the 707 to Harris. This is for 14th as Harris has it for now. Batten's keeping him down low as Batten takes that 14th spot. His car just is not hooked up in the high line right now.
So things worth noting with the pit stops. Most drivers around 105 and 106. Northway 102, so our first stopper, that undercut's definitely worked for now. Those few laps he had on the green were fantastic. But at the end of the run, he might be a few laps behind the rest. Then our latest stopper was Samuel Harris, 111. So if this run goes very long again and we go green again, the advantage goes back to Harris and incredibly far away from Northway. That's a bit of a close shave on the outside as Ravosky continues to hunt down the rear end of Solo's car.
I wonder if Northway's just hoping for that yellow that we haven't had yet. This is about the longest green flag run that we have had so far this race. So if he gets that yellow and it's long enough, everybody can come in and pit together, and that's really going to help out the driver from the number 46, the Australian-New Zealand driver, as we're looking on board with Vavrosky. This is the battle for 11th place. Solo has it right now in the 702 in that Dodge Charger liveried Gen 4. I love the looks of the Dodge Chargers, but it looks a little odd in this generation of stock car as Vavrosky goes to the inside. We've seen how he's been able to capitalize after a pit stop and once again able to just check him up and set him up and knock him down through turn 4.
So Vavrosky, it was not just a tyre game. He certainly is good at setting up passes when it's even. Quite a gap to chase down, though, to crisp up ahead. 2 seconds, and I don't think Solo's going to be done. Up near the front is Ericsson. Northway's a little down the road, but there's lap car after lap car in the way. He can barely see his target, and they're fighting to stay on that lead lap in case of a caution, and then fighting against each other to see if they can get that free pass if they do go a lap down. So they've got no obligation to fly out of the way. They're playing this game as much as everybody else, and they're making it very, very hard for this top 2. A big checkup from the 46. Ericsson just takes it around the outside for free.
And Ericsson's been pretty well on that high, wide, and handsome line through turn number 3, so that's good to see that a lot of drivers are able to take that high line. And Ericsson doing the best that he can to hold off Northway, Smith, and Haflitzen. They've been the cream of the crop here early on in this race, but Smith, he's still reeling in that number 46. He's been strong all race long, but this is the first time that we've been able to see what Northway has done with Ericsson, your leader, so far after lap 119.
He's going to be ruining those lap cars because that wasn't just an overtake on pure pace. You saw Northway massively slow down the car, probably because he thought, I need to avoid a wreck with these lap cars up ahead. They're fighting for good reason. They want to stay where they are, and they're not required to do a damn thing. There's not even blue flags around here, but he's got to be so frustrated that his lead was just eaten up by lap cars. And Ericsson is now 7/10. He's just flown away. Eric Smith, he wants that lead back. He's running like there's no tomorrow up on the rear, and this lead could very quickly start to disappear before the tyres have even crossed over.
Look at the gap that Ericsson's already opened up to Northway. It's almost a full second. Yeah, a lot of that has to do with lap traffic. Ericsson able to pick his way through that easily, but that's given Northway, Smith, and Haflitzen a chance to kind of race each other as the field is working. Lap 122, still the fastest lap is Haflitzen with a 29.2. We're on board with Eric Smith as they try and go down on the inside of a lap car around the back straightaway. Nice pick by Northway there.
And a hard block on the inside line. Northway had to dive out of the way of the lap car and then block Smith's way, causing his own hard checkup. So that's going to give him a bit of breathing room for now, but I don't think it's going to be for very long. Smith is fast, just like Ericsson. You said it was almost a second. Now it is a second, and it's going to climb and climb and climb. This is the run of a lifetime for Ericsson, and this track is going to be getting colder and colder as the night starts to dawn on this field.
And here's the thing, too. It's not like Ericsson's running godlike laps right now. Last time by, 30.7 out of Ericsson, 30.9 out of Northway, but it's a matter of how can you battle the lap traffic. We're at the point where you've got to enter that into your strategy, as we see Vavrosky making his way up to 8, so he's in the top 10. He, too, having to start working with this lap traffic is Harris. Harris getting blocked now. Oh, is that a blinker we see? Yeah, Harris with a blinker, as Verweyen moves his way around the top 10 as well. This is where the race gets really interesting, because you have the middle half of the race where you're just in this to just preserve your equipment.
They could make NASCAR more exciting by adding blinkers. Eric Smith, nice and clean on the inside, the 5.56. He's fast and he's got a lead to be chasing down. Smith has been consistently impressive all day, and Northway's pace just hasn't quite been there for someone who had the lead on strategy, and it's starting to slip from his fingers. Hafler's is 2 seconds back, so he's got a very, very good cushion now to play his own game, and he could make the attack again. But for Smith, it's now gas, gas, gas. Get up there as close as you can, or hope that something good comes your way.
A lot of things that need to happen for that to take hold, as well as Northway, as you said, falling back into the clutches. Here comes Ericsson, and he's going to let the 707 of Harris by as well. But look at that. I mean, he's lapping up to, what is that, 7th place?
That's a wreck.
And that's the leader.
He made it into the grass. Ericsson on the lap car, and I think we stay green for it because it went through the grass, but I could see Ericsson's car's not driving.
Well, that's Eric Smith.
Oh,
as that's going to be a
that car's not driving right. That's going to go yellow. That's a yellow flag. The 705's around. The 702's around. Oh, that is... Oh, I don't even know what I'm seeing there, as more wrecking past the yellow flag. That's going to be a lot to dissect.
Caution number 5 of the race, and the big benefactor here, Vavrosky. He had that hole open up for him off of turn number 2, and he barely missed the 37 by mere inches. And Ericsson falls 16 spots after one collision with a car he was trying to put one lap down. This replay is going to be interesting as we watch it right here. What exactly happens? Oh, did they just come together? They just decide to come together. Harris. Well, they were going for the same spot. So Harris and Ericsson going for the same spot. And the second Ericsson ends up in the wall, that's when that front rack and pinion ends up just being undrivable at that point.
And then he went sideways on the track. The Skoda car in the green went around. Then Daniel Solo ends up inside him. He takes damage too. It's going to be a use for the spare car from everyone. I mean, there's going to be lots of bitterness and frustration. Look, you're allowed to race the leader, but the one thing you do not do when you race the leader is end up with your car in the leader's car. That's something that frustrates many on the track, but there's too much race ahead to now decry that it's over. We do have the fast repair. Ericsson's lost all those places, but if he's fast enough, he may be able to get it back. Northway was the fastest off pit road. It looks like he is going to get to run this restart with Smith getting the room again to make the same chase he did before. Haflisterton, another good pit road escape to hold the inside on the second row.
All right, so let's check in with one of the drivers in the field, Garen Batten, as, let's see, he's 12th on the track right now, coming off of pit stops. Hey, it's Jeremy and Howie in the booth. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
All right, let's talk about this race. It's been quite interesting, to say the least. We're on our 5th caution on lap 129. Talk us through your part of the race so far. You're holding steady there.
Yeah, it's sorry, I got crew chief talking to my, I don't know how to turn him off. Yeah, it's been pretty interesting. I've just been sort of trying to stay out of trouble and, run my lines and look after my tyres, and not particularly succeeding in any of those. But, I think the the thing about this race is that the pace is so even that it's like it's bringing packs together, and it's it's all pretty intense.
And of course, you're also one of the, well, we're going back to green here shortly, so we'll talk in a little bit, because we want to talk to you about your involvement with the Major Series and your wonderful paint scheme. So we know you got to get back to racing, so we'll stand by here in a bit.
Yeah. It's all right. We've got an extra up under yellow here.
Oh, all right. So real quick, your involvement in the series, you're one of the I would say one of the organizers of this Major Series.
Yeah. I try and help out a bit with the organising the race control and the live admin stuff, and also happen to have a little podcast called Inside the Majors, which we try and give people updates on what's going on, talk to some of the people that take part, have a bit of a discussion and a good time around this series, which a lot of people like. So it's good to be involved, and also good to get behind the driver's seat as well. I enjoy it. It's good.
I'd like to back out on the pace car. Good luck. Thanks for joining us. We'll hope to have you on again later if you want to join us as well. And we'll get some more insight on this Major Series because it looks really fun.
Yeah, no worries. When I'm sitting here having towed and using my fast repair, I'll have longer to talk to you, which I'm sure will happen at some point. So, I'll check in with you in a little while.
Nonetheless, how Garen Batten 12th, 13th as we start to pair up for the restart. It's Northway and Smith, Haflitzen and Holmer. Holmer making his way up as well, up 15 spots from where he started. Then you've got Vavrosky and Schmeier. Schmeier finally making it back up into the top 10 after falling off before the last pit stop. As we see the pace car making his way through turns 3 and turns 4 once again. Going to be interesting to see what Northway can do. It's going to be his restart as he is the control car. Pace car going to turn left into pit road coming off of turn number 4 right about now as we're back underway here shortly with 132 laps working. Green flag is back out. Northway gets on that loud pedal just as quick. And that's about a 4 or 5 car length gap. That's exactly what he needs to get away from Smith, because Smith now in the clutches of Haflitzen, second place.
Northway's had strong long-run pace. He hasn't showed race-winning long-run pace yet. If he keeps the lead now, all will be forgiven. It's about who's leading when the line is crossed after all. And this is a good chance for him on completely even keel with the rest. Everyone hadn't taken those tyres. Play that game again. A good leg gap made out, half a second for now as Haflitzen harasses the rear of Smith and sets him up for a great defensive play. Everybody's gone very single file, very, very quickly though on this field. Smith doing some blinking. I hope he gets well soon.
Holmer holding off Harris. Schmeier also trying to get around Vavrosky for 4th place. So a couple of battles early on in this stint per se. As we're watching that battle for 6th place between Holmer and Harris. Look at Northway finally popping up into the 29 zeros as he is currently your fastest driver. As, Smith, notice that he was starting to blink after that last caution. So hopefully that gets righted up as well. But look at Haflitzen. He's had a quiet march forward. He's done quite well. He's holding his own, Howie. As, he's got a blinking car ahead of him, but he's not letting that distract him. He's just waiting to see what happens and how it rights itself.
I've noticed a few drivers have had a bit of a pattern to them. Smith's been consistently fast. Haflitzen's been consistently consistent. Always running up near the front. Rarely pulling off outrageous moves, but just good enough to be right in the right place now. And in a 400-lap race and 600 miles, you just need to be in the right place for long enough, because it's all going to matter when you put your 100% into the very, very end. You can't put 100% to every single turn of every single lap. You'll eventually push it over the line one day. You'll use out all your energy. You have to pace yourself well, and our president could be a shot to do very, very well today, despite not having the most outrageous moves we've seen today so far.
There has been some outrageous moves to say the least. I'm trying to watch a tower to see what other races we can watch. There's a battle for 13th to McGowan and Shelley to see if we can take a look at that, because it's these cars up near the front. kind of stringing out just a little bit. You've got Smith who's blinking, and I was always told that these cars only had headlights that were decals, not blinkers. Oh, wait, that's the connection there. Here's our driver we mentioned earlier, Garen Batten. See what he can do, try and hold off Stevenson in the 703. Stevenson taking a wheel off into the grass, but Batten forced up to that high line. That high line's not ready for these tires as of yet. So Batten's going to fall off of the top 10 for the time being.
Certainly at the start of these runs, the inside's been pretty good. And it's been a good place to pass, good place to defend, good place to carry momentum. Stevenson's going to enjoy that place and go hunting for more. That might not be done though. He's almost looks hooked up to the rear bumper entering that tri-oval. Bit of a gap opened up for now. Very single file racing. Surprising to see that when we've seen bigger aggression earlier on in the race. I see someone very low on the track on that back stretch, but still the pass is not really evolving too much outside of maybe the very back of this field. But these cars are so fast, they're just a joy to watch lap. You could just send them round single file 400 times and I'd probably be transfixed by them. They're just something else. NASCAR has never been this good.
Well, we've got 26 cars on the lead lap working lap 140, so that's actually pretty good so far, as this race has really gone on to some great pace here at Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina, just outside of Charlotte. If you're just tuning in, I'm Jeremy Scott. Howie Burrows alongside me as we're running the World 600 of the Major Series Euro. Northway, I wonder if he just needed that clean air, to say the least, because he's opened up a half-second gap over the blinking Smith and Halfledson. They're battling for second place. We're watching the battle for 13th and 12th between Verwey, McGowan, and Shelley. Pudiklis, who is behind. Oh, we got one against the wall.
It's Stevenson who's hitting the bottom of that back stretch almost every single lap in an attempt to pass Matthew Crisp. Hasn't happened quite yet, but he's the one taking the most unique line by far on this track and seems to be the one most liable to make the most moves, but the momentum just hasn't quite come out for him yet, and so he has to slot in and try again lap after lap after lap. If I was Crisp, I would be a little bit intimidated from those sorts of moves. No one else is driving like this. I'd think, oh, this guy wants something. He wants to fly under me. Got to hold that bottom line well and just hope that it all comes to pass.
Well, the Canadian Verwey, and not only is he trying to get up to the 11th spot, he's also trying to hold off McGowan for the 12th spot that he currently occupies. Let's keep an eye on them as they go through turns 3 and turns 4, as we see.
That's not normal.
Oh, that's not a scheduled pit stop. Smith into the pits. I wonder if we had some sort of issue there. See if we can catch that on replay. I wonder if he's just going to come in the pits, though, because of that blinking issue that he has been serving.
It's been pretty persistent on the timing tower for the whole race. He might have just been told, you need to go settle this in the pits, and that's going to put Halfledson conveniently in the P2. And Bavroski, who has held this pace very well in the P3. A nice little promotion for everybody on the track. And Northway's held this gap very well on this run. Hasn't really lost out too much to the blinking car, but he does have a new pursuer now in some clean air. New challenger approaches. Halfledson hasn't held the lead of this race so far. He'd quite like to, for even a moment.
Quite well so far, holding the lead. You know, we saw how his car, when he wasn't in clean air, yeah, sometimes it would be good, a lot of times it would be bad, but nonetheless, he's able to hold on to a lead, but he is starting to lose it to Halfledson, who is running about the same lap times as he has most of the race, but he's running 0.2 of a second faster, so would not be surprised in the next couple laps to see Halfledson try and battle Northway there for the lead.
Sending it deep there, Stephen Verweyen in the 73. That was very, very deep on the inside of the 3 and 4. He's going to make it stick. Michael Halfledson all the way on the rear. This has become a very, very quick, rapid chase. That's a lapped car between him and Northway, I believe. Gonna have to try not to hold up this battle for all too long, although he will want the lead lap privileges. It's Northway's been hit by lap traffic again. He's probably screaming right now. This is the second time this has happened to him today. And here they come again, just to make sure that he has the most annoying lead possible.
Well, Havlicek tried to use the lap car as a pick. That's Brian Halleck, the number 259. And of course, he's starting to open up because the top three are all neck and neck. It's Northway, Havlicek, and Vavrovsky. 1, 2, 3 as they head into turn number 1. Oh, look at how close Havlicek is closing in on Northway. That's under a tenth of a second as we watch the onboard from the back of Northway in that number 46 Monte Carlo. Oh, he's going to try and go to the inside. Havlicek will. They're going to be side by side through turn number 1. And Havlicek makes it look easy, but is there going to be the over-under crossover? No, because Havlicek takes that higher line and decides to shut the front door on him exiting 2.
Almost sent it too deep and left that wide open. It was an excellent move to just block it back closed again. Most drivers would probably lose the rear trying to make a move like that, but instead Havlicek has to now face the lap traffic by himself. He who clears this best is going to be in the best position to start running away. Sort of like a roadblock right now, being a bit of an active threat in the way. Hasn't been properly cleared. It's just it's a very interesting little obstacle to add to this lead battle. Havlicek hoping to pull away and get some margin to make this attack by himself, because he's not making this easy. He wants that lead lap for as long as he can hold it.
And of course, he doesn't have to worry about any sort of lucky dog either, because he is the last car on the lead lap. As he muscles his way down the straightaway, we take a look at this battle for 15th between Shelley and Ericsson. Shelley in the 34, he wants to get around Ericsson. Ericsson, our earlier front runner, as they are side by side through turn number 3. Good to see Ericsson kind of holding his own as the field, as he had that incident that caused that last yellow.
Good run away from Havlicek. I'm seeing the sparks come off the wall. We're not done sending sparks off this wall. Ericsson, he certainly is running it well. He certainly, I think he's by far one of the fastest drivers on this field, and he's been given an absolute mountain to climb up. Spare car probably helped him out, but obviously everybody's used that in the first half now. Doesn't get it in the second. Here's Ray Partridge on the inside of the 703. Is clear. Just not quite. The angles are misleading. It's telling me so much. He is clear going into turn 1 and 2. He'll take that. Good momentum on the outside.
Yeah, you definitely want that momentum. We're starting to see that high line really come into play as drivers, they're not losing battles right away. As Badden's worked his way into the top 10, he tries to go under the 118 of Crisp. Ooh, a little bit of a wiggle there coming off of turn 4. And this is the point where you're going to start to see those happen with the tires and how they're starting to fall off.
We're certainly getting deep into that run. Everybody started it on the same playing field, and where they are now, probably not quite the same. How you drive it is going to make all the difference. You get a sense of how aggressive people are being by just how many are on the bottom lane of that back stretch and not holding it to the wall and washing all the way up, and seeing more and more of it now develop over this run. Still running. Ray Partridge looks like he's sticking behind, but up ahead I see Matthew Crisp potentially on the prowl to get the next position ahead of Stephen Berweyer. This is our closest, most active pack of the race. Havlicek kept that gap up as Jeff Schmeier stuck on the outside. That's Daniel Holmer of SimRacing Sweden making the pass cleanly done on the inside line. Daniel Holmer up 15 places, the same as Trevor Krasrovsky. Seen a lot of drivers push up the field. from very bad start positions. And a lot of drivers drop off the back entirely. Wayne Hutchinson down 19, Sebastian Jackson down a lap, down 16. Eric Smith obviously down 30. He is no doubt out of contention after that net code sent him into the pits. Most still running at single file, but Jesper Eriksson is now coming up to a field that he absolutely has to try and clear if he wants a chance of winning this race. We're still not at halfway, but there's still lots of time to make your way up there. But fighting this hard right now is also going to take a lot out of the tyre, and taking a lot out of the tyre, it kills that long run up until the next stop. Bit of a game to decide what you're going to do in this situation. I think he's ready to make a move, and I think he's just waiting for the chance. Oh, he's got a good run on the exit of 2. It isn't good enough to make it behind the 705.
We're also seeing the battle for position 4 with Ray Partridge in the 8. He wants to get around Garen Batten for that top 10 spot, but this is just one huge battle that we're watching here, and it looks really nice and tight as Eriksson's trying to recover after that last caution that he ended up causing. Thankfully, he's able to get back up near the front. Still plenty of time left in this race for something to happen as he looks to go 3 wide and turn 3 now. I gotta think better of it. It's a little too early to have anything like that happen, but he's just gonna go bump, bump, bump to Mark Stevenson's back end coming off of 4.
3 wide at Charlotte are the last words I want to hear on any race. That just sounds like death is impending for one of these cars on the track. Eriksson hasn't made the moves he really wants to, though. This pack is all just fighting and battling too close, and no quarters being given. He's not entitled to make his way back up the field just because he started there. He has to earn it, and for that, hasn't really come to plan. I wonder how much of his tyre has used up. He darts to the inside of the triangle of the 703, and he's bumped and pushed and unsettled. He keeps it together, but that is a door being closed and then some. Wonder if he'll try and push the issue harder or back it off after that.
I wonder how much his heart was racing after that one, because he's thinking, not again, because that was darn near the same time and same place that Eriksson had his issues that caused that last caution. He's going to back off and watch this battle develop right ahead of him. Again, this is Stevenson and Partridge, a battle for 12th place, the 703 and the 8. And they go single file as once again, Eriksson goes high. So I wonder if that crash that he had early on, that's starting to cause a little bit of an issue.
Jesper Eriksson, he's got the good run, and he's going to get in contact again with Stevenson, but he makes it through this time, possibly letting Stevenson know, I'm done with playing these games. And in fact, Stevenson's going to get eaten up a bit by Shelley on the outside line. More contact right into the wall. He just got doored up into the wall. I'm going to be amazed if he didn't take damage from that. Stevenson's been in a bit of contact with a few people in a row. In fact, I can see damage to the bodywork of Shelley's car. And Stevenson is not afraid to get physical here.
No, and it showed, especially through turn number 1. Now we're watching this battle for 9th place where Batten trying to go around the inside of Crisp. It's showing 1:18 for Crisp on your screen, but 18 on the car. Just something to watch out for behind him. They've got McCowan in the 705 Skoda as Batten goes to the inside through the back straightaway. He's going to look there, and he's going to have that inside line as Crisp. He's almost at that wall, but nonetheless, he's going to lose 1 spot. Can he lose 2? Well, we'll see as he tries to get back that 9th spot that he so desperately wants back.
I was scared of the 3 wide. I really was scared. I'm still scared of the 3 wide. Kyoso is going to think about it. Kyoso's going to think about it, but if he doesn't take that, he might still try and take Crisp. Held to the bottom on 1 and 2, brings it back up to the wall. He's certainly trying to get the elbow out. Crisp just wants that place back, and right behind them is our former race leader, Eriksson, ready to try and clear this field. I mean, I think he used up a lot trying to make it past the 705 last time around. Time he holds it so high, you'd think that he's an easy pass, Kyoso, but still, the pace just isn't there in that 37 car anymore. Still, yet again, it's good entry, good mid, and it just almost a block. Sort of peters out a little bit. I wonder if he burns his tyres too hard trying to get here. And now he's going to want to wait for the next pit stop. However, they're forced upon him to really go for it. Now he runs the outside. It is quite slow from Kyoso. And he's going to have the wall. This could just be good enough. Will he be clear on the exit of 3 and 4 with a gyro cam? Well, further behind, someone's back. Smith's a lap down, but he is not done trying to earn himself all the way back up to the top. It looks like he's resolved his network issues. We have another contender, quite a few race leaders right now sitting here trying to make their way up the field.
Haflitzen still holding a decent size lead. We got a crash. 1, 2,
That's
3
crisp.
cars are involved. Chris, caution is out. That's a 6-1 of the. Ooh, head out of the wall is Shelley. So once again, the used tires, they bite really quickly as several cars, fast cars, race leaders, all involved in this incident.
I think I need to see how bad Ericsson was hit, but if he was beaten up by that, he might consider parking it on the spot because that would have been his fast repair gone. Very, very tight racing. After they do it for so long, you sort of think, okay, we're not gonna wreck anymore, right? Like we've been racing for so long successfully, we can't do it. It's almost 3 wide at Charlotte. The dreaded words I say, and it looks like it's Chris going a little high, kicking that off. I think Ericsson gets away with it. So does the 556. It's really those 3 cars on the outside, 705 alongside Court, and every car is into pit road.
Well, and that is that's what Ericsson really wanted, is he wanted to get up there. He used his tires up at the right time, so we'll see who comes out first. Haflitzen, Norway, and Harris were the drivers who came into the pits first. But again, everybody coming in for a fresh set of tires. As the 556 also coming in as well. It's 4 tires, fuel. A pass through that we see on the 49.
Haflitzen takes the lead. He's been good at pit exits for this whole race, and he does it again, beating out Northway and Vavrovsky. This race is going to be led by Haflitzen for the first time.
That's something that we've been waiting for. As we take a look at the replay once again, this time from Nicholson, and Nicholson does his best. Oh, just almost had it, but just not enough to get through.
Not the first, not the last. They're going to be happy they have the fast repair, but they're also not going to be happy that they got burned before the halfway mark. It's amazing. That first quarter flew on by, and then this one has really taken a while to settle in, and we're not going to be done with action before the end of it. As strategies get reset one more time, we rack them and stack them one more time, and we'll see how much a caution breeds a caution at Charlotte Motor Speedway. The night lights are very much set now over the track, and we're not even at the 200 lap point. One more replay. Garen Batten looked Harkey. It looked earlier like Chris went up, but actually, from another view, it almost looks like Garen's in the back. I wouldn't want to be the judge, jury, and executioner ruling over that one. A lot of moving factors.
Well, he's also the judge, jury, and executioner, so we'll see how he rules against himself. It's Haflitzen in Northway, your front row. Vavrovsky and Holmer, row 2. Harrison Thomas, row 3. Schmeier and Verwey in row 4 and row 5. Partridge. And look at who's in 10th. Putakalis. He had early issues, but once again, he's able to capitalize on those as the lights are back on the pace car. It's let's see if we can get a good green flag run. These past 2 yellows have been off of long green flag runs. So, Howie, I've got to say this. I have a feeling we're going to have a nice long green flag run going to the halfway mark.
Well, these drivers have been pretty good on restarts, but it takes one mistake in one battle in one place to ruin a run as it stands. Only one round of green flag pit stops. I'm sure we'll see another for the end of the race, and we won't just be playing pacing with our time, but I get the feeling that this is how the momentum of the race is going to go. It's going to be very much long run into an incident fatigue building up, boiling over. There's an incident and a caution, and we do it a few more times, quite close to halfway, almost there. And at that point onwards, I think we're going to start to see more and more aggression.
Set yourselves up for the first part of the race, and the second part, that's when you really start to play checkers instead of chess to get to where you need so you can be at the front at these 400 laps, 600 miles around Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's a long race, but it's the longest of the year, not counting rain delays and stuff like that in real life. But nonetheless, here comes a pace car off of turn number 4 as we'll see him pull hard left into the pits. There he goes. Now is Haflidson's race to control as we're working lap 173 at the line. Green flag is back underway. Let's see if Vrosky can make his way up near the front. He is trying to lead for the first time today as well as restart number 6 is here. Hey, look at who's up near the front as well. It's Homer in the 79. He's trying to make headway as well, but Haflidson able to leave the dust behind as he's opened up almost a 0.4 of a second gap.
Quite slow from the outside lane. The inside lane had a better launch off the line, or at least Vrosky did. The rest didn't really, but then it sort of settled back out, and Northway's taken the place back again. Too wide with Daniel Thomas. He's going to lead this field for now, but around the outside, that 30's got an incredible run. That's Jeff Schmeyer. Just about stalls out before he hits the Thomas car. Trying to keep an eye on some of these drivers that wrecked out a bit earlier. Ericsson 21st. Still, he's got more to make up after that wreck. More and more and more. It's like a dream has been turned into a nightmare. But there's a lot of time to go still, and you've got to think about what I said earlier about just keeping your head clear and staying in the race. Seems to be the most important factor right now.
Yeah, it's a long race, and you got to figure out how to stay up near the front because you don't want to stay at the back, because that's where we've seen some of the problems. I'm saying at the back, like in the teens, 20s, that's where a lot of the issues have arisen. Just one rare lead issue, but that seems to have straightened itself out as we're on board with Partridge. Partridge wants that 9th spot. Fredrickson a little bit further back, so he doesn't have to worry about him too much, but it's been an interesting race for Partridge. He's been holding steady around the bottom half of the top 10, a little bit outside the top 10, just biding his time, and that's something that you want to do here as we see Northway has caught up just a little bit to Haflidson.
Northway seems to have a bit of his pace back. Was within less than a tenth. It's dropped out a bit by now, but anywhere within 2 tenths is striking distance on this track in these cars, and it will give you any chance to take a good inside line. Atherton takes the proactive line first, though. He's going to rob Northway of the chance. Side by side behind, Vrosky holds it for now, but Schmeyer up into P3 would be an impressive rebound, and I think he has the pace in him to do it if he can make the move work.
And that's the key, making that move work, as we've got several battles up near the front right now. Pudalikas, he's made his way up in the 666. I love that number, by the way. He's up 20 spots from where he started into 6th place, so he's trying to knock on the door of the top 5 here. He's got a half second between he and Harris, but this is the battle we're watching between Haflidson and Norway through 1 and 2.
Saw Michael Hogg drop quite a few places, wondered if we were going to go yellow. Doesn't look like it, so we do indeed keep running. The fastest lap of the race has been Northway, so I think maybe a few too many times I've said he hasn't had the pace in him, and he's objectively showing that he has the pace in him. He's had the 1 lap pace in him, and in fact, I should probably not talk about who's got pace in them, because he's the sort of driver that could very much take this away, but Verstappen has very good control of the field right now. The driver that's running slow just on the bottom there. No matter what happened, we reverted the yellow, and we keep racing. Quite consistent gaps going down, except for Jeff Schmeier, who's looking to try and take that P4 back. He's always been a threat. Always been a threat. He's always been quite fast, and I've not really noticed him in the pack. Not that I've not noticed his car, but just there's been so much stuff going on around him. I've almost forgotten that we have this very, very, very competitive driver that has just been always there.
Well, Schmeier's trying to work his way up near the front. He had a great run the first couple of stints, but near those middle stints, he kind of fell off a little bit, fell off near the back of the pack. Now he's finally working his way up to 5th place as he's trying to get around the 707 of Harris. This is a great battle here, just trying to figure out where he wants to put his car, where he wants to go. And he's got a driver who's yet to taste the front as well behind him in the 666. Here's a great battle as well between Partridge on the low side up high. It is, looks like Verweyen. So that's a battle for 9th place. Verweyen up high, Partridge down low in that lime green and blue number 8. And yeah, it does look like, especially under the lights here, Howie. I think that Doge Bear car really, I love it. You know, it's unique. It's different. It's something that you don't normally see out there on the racetrack.
To me, it's still the Major's car with the neon sort of like teal highlight on the black. I think that's an absolutely wonderful car. But there have been quite a few good designs, and as you identified earlier, some of the creativity in the manufacturers on the field. I'm going to miss the ability to paint these cars however you want them, because we're getting a Ford and a Chevy in the next season update, and you're going to have to keep those decals on the car. Licensing. This top 3 running all together with the gap behind the Harris absolutely massive. So this top 3 are very much playing their race, and Harris, I don't know whether he wants to play the chase and try and burn up what he has, or just play the long run and sit content with his current position. I think mentalities are going to change like a light switch at the halfway mark. If we're exhausted up here, you can imagine what it's like trying to drive this car for this long. Even more exhausting. And your mental energy's got to have a limit somewhere very, very slow from that 666 Fusion. Able to get cleared and not hold up 73 for all too long. Something may have gone wrong for him mid-corner that required that checkup.
It's going to happen, nonetheless. Especially now we might start to see the crossover of the tires. We talked about that crossover, and that tires start to lose their grip at these top cars, and that period. There's no two ways around it. It's just a matter of how you manage it. And we're now Packlet's and open up a gap to Northway, but this is the battle we're watching. It's for 9th, 10th, and 11th. Looks like Fredrickson knocked down the door of that. Pucalis trying to hold on to it. We're also watching this battle for 7th place between 6th place between Thomas and Holbert on the back straightaway in turn 3 and 4.
We're approaching lap 20 of the run. Not of the run, but of the tyres. The stop was on lap 169 for these drivers. So we're really starting to approach the slowdown point. And even just a few laps ago, drivers were going a second slow on the fastest laps on a track that's due to keep getting faster with the temperatures dropping and the rubber being laid down. Daniel Holmer still stuck up behind Thomas. I think and not every corner is a chance for a dramatic pass around there. Not every single turn is a side-by-side chase. One of the realities of Charlotte is it's just one of those tracks you have to race against as well as race the other people. You just have to play your game, and if it opens up, then all the better for you. But try to force the issue and shove your way under a car around here is a good way for things to end in tears. Fledged has made attempts on Northway. He's starting to really come into his own in this run as well. Seems to be very, very good at driving those warm tyres and getting pace out of the car as they start to age. Everyone else running about consistently behind.
On board with Vavrosky as he tries to keep up to Northway. Great pace out of the driver of the 10 car. Had a little bit of difficulty early on, but Howie, it seems like that car is starting to come to him as we're reaching that point in the stint where Northway, he's quick early on, but it seems like the later they go into the stint, that's when the car falls off. And it's not, I don't think it's necessarily the tires, I think it's the setup as well.
With the open setups available in the Gen 4 Cup, it's unusual because these are a car that don't really have much setup shop support. iRacing's Gen 4 Cup Series is fixed. So those who optimize their setups for this car get an advantage that's very atypical. You know, you get setups for the trucks and the next gens just coming out at every place imaginable. You've got experts that know everything about it. There are drivers on this field who will have very, very optimized setups, but it's just not commonplace for there to be many of them, as Trevor Vavrosky almost gets a bit wobbly behind Northway, but you can see impatience in him, and you can see their superior pace. He tried to make it around earlier in the sentence, and he didn't succeed. This might be the time, has the bottom of the quad oval. He's side by side, and he's clear straight into one.
God, he shipped that through overnight, and that's what Brown can do for him as he gets through 1 and 2 with no difficulty. But Northway, he's going to try and see if he can get down low as well. That's where his car works the best. And yeah, he's starting to reel him in as it's giving Halflinson a chance to walk away. 1.2 seconds nearly the gap from first all the way to second. We're just a handful of laps away from halfway. Now we're starting to see who has what, as Solo, who was up near the top 5 earlier this race, now sitting in 21st. Take a look and see who he is racing there. That is Michael Hogg behind him and Tom Guest in front of him. So a decent amount of pace here out of Solo. He's trying to capitalize on getting back up near the front.
Solo got a full car repair when he was involved in that major wreck, but then hits the wall at a pit exit and basically undid all of that work. Still a few repairs to do on that car, I hear, but that's what's caused him to drop down the field. Fundamentally, he's being a fast driver when the car is right, and there might be enough time and maybe enough yellows in order to bring him back up. It's going to be a bit of a slog from here. Very, very close to halfway now. And Halflissidon has pulled out more than a second on Vavrosky. I think Halflissidon, when left to his own devices and when left to his long run, might have pace nearly unmatched. Although we did spot earlier race leader, I believe Eric Smith, last 10 laps down due to damage. I wouldn't count him out if the cards all right in his way, because he certainly hasn't lost any of that pace, even though netcode haunted him a bit earlier on in the day.
No, that's big right there. Yeah, definitely. Now, taking a look at the lap times here, they're running close to identical now. It's just a matter of where are these drivers hitting those spots, because we're seeing Halflinson just get away from the Vavrosky Northway battle here as Northway looks to the inside, tries to get inside that small mirror of Vavrosky. This is the battle of the race right now, the battle for second place. And really, these two drivers would be well and smart to just hook up and try and catch up to Halflinson as we approach that halfway mark, about 1.5 laps away from there. 31-1 the last lap out of the 46 of Northway.
Not just halfway through the race, but just over halfway through the stint, if we take about 50 to 60 laps as gospel. It's more like 40 to 50. I'll need to remind myself the exact numbers, but most 1.5 milers are very similar within that range. Then we're going to see Still probably another 15 to 20 laps before these cars dive into pit road, but when they do, we're about due for another green flag cycle, I think. And what did we learn last time? Well, I think Northway's strategy of stopping early did help him. He hasn't always had the pace in the long run, but I think the pace he got out of those few laps he took the early dive were a huge boon, and they got him right up to where he is. Was a few places back earlier on in the race, although he's always been a contender right up near the top of this field. Now, Fledged has the pace and controls the pace now, and I think he might just be happy running long if this car just seems to sing to him like this in these conditions. That's lap 200 completed by Michael Fledged, and we've made it halfway through the 600. There's 300 miles to go.
This battle for second just looks better and better each and every lap. And like you said, Northway, his car, for the most part, doesn't seem to like these long runs, but after a while, it starts to come together for just a little bit and then peters out. We see that through turn 4, that's where Northway is quickest because he's able to reel in that number 10 Ford of Vavrovsky as they're up ahead. They still have eyes on Halfletson, but, you know, stranger things have happened. Watching on board still with Northway. Look at the wiggles that Vavrovsky has, Howie. It seems like that sometimes that car's just a little too fast on exit to kind of keep planted.
Very careful to know when and where you can put the power down in this thing before the rear end just disagrees with your decision on a fundamental level and decides to punish you for your mistake. This car is based on the old Arca car, of course, not a genuine Gen 4 scan, but it's a very, very readable, predictable car. It sure as hell doesn't twitch in unusual race. Northway has a good run out of 2. You've said it might have been coming, and he could be clear by the end of 3 and 4. I thought it was going to run right into the back of Vavrovsky, but instead he makes it done cleanly, and bit of a wiggle himself, as that's a car down pit road. Not sure if that one is entirely intended. Looks like Jaron Bonds.
Yeah, Jaron Bonds in the pit road. We get a replay on why he's going into pit road, and looks like that he just might be losing it here shortly. And oh yeah, he had some help there with that spin. So going in to do a quick repair as he had some contact there in 26th place.
Doing it under green. No heartbreaking to do it under green.
Yeah, it really is. You don't want to take that quick repair under green because that means you're losing more than the punishment that you have for being involved in that last incident. But Northway, even though we are
yellow. Well, that was something else.
Yeah, that's the 7th yellow that we're seeing. So we'll get a replay on what's going on here. And of course, this helps the front runners too, because now they can go out and get fresh tires. Now, we've seen how quick the Halfletson crew is. Can the Northway or Vavrovsky crews respond? That's the next question. As we have our sights set on Daniel Thomas. Thomas in the 60, running in 5th spot. He's had a decent race so far. Let's see how many spots he's up. He's up 10, so that's good. Also up 10, Northway, Vavrovsky up 15. So a lot of great movers here in this race as we work lap 206 here of 400. Feel working their way under the pace car.
And a lot of surprising drops as well. Story, of course, was earlier on losing our leader, but I mean, Eric Smith has had to drop down to the back. Sebastian Jackson's lost 16. Mark Stevenson's lost 16 alongside Wayne Hutchinson. So it's been a very, very different grid here than the one we started with very few exceptions. Whole field filing into pit road. Halfletson has been excellent on exits persistently, and now he's going to be the first one into his box, but anything can happen on pit road. We'll see if there's any major examples of mistakes. Doesn't look like any missed entrances.
Yeah, everybody into the pits for their pit stop. Almost every yellow we've had has seen the full field come down to the pits, as it looks like that we will have a race off pit road. Oh, we'll go to Halfletson. Halfletson is He'll take first. Sam Harris second. Daniel Thomas third. Holmer, Schmeier, Verwey, Shelley, Ericsson, Fredrickson, and Kioso makes an appearance in the top 10.
Don't worry, it's not the first time I've covered Michael's name, and it's a hard one. It takes a lot of practice to get right. It took me quite a few events to get Athliston. I think he sometimes just gets called Athley. I think people just find that one a little bit easier, to be totally honest. Not surprised to see him get the best jump off pit road, but there's been a bit of a shuffling here and behind. Samuel Harris has been consistently strong up here, but now on the outside row for that start, we'll get to see how his race starts really work out. Havliston's been fantastic in the long run, and he's also been decent in the short run, but this is where you can get pounced and start to lose it all.
Well, the big loser in this race, this pit stop was Northway. Falls all the way down to 20th. So what an atrocious pit stop he's had, as already the lights are out on the pace car, so we'll quickly double up. We'll see if we get the wave off here, because not everybody nice and tight through turn number 2. But Haffey and Harris row 1, Holmer, Thomas row 2, Verwey and Schmeier row 3, Ericsson, Shelley row 4, Fredrickson and McGowan in row number 5, and yeah, lights back on the pace car.
Who gets the jump? Who gets the run? Not had any dramatic restart. Sometimes a restart breeds more madness on the restart. Now, as we approach the second half of the race, I think anything from here on out is going to be a bit more hectic than it was in the first half. Drivers now understanding that they're going to have to very much lock in their places. Jesper Ericsson up to P8. He'll be happy to be back with the field after his incident. As a replay as we go with. We are delayed on the green. That's the replay. It's Rich Kellis going around on the tray oval. And he looked like his car just about escaped the worst of it. But still, that brought out the yellow. We got passed while sideways.
I'll try it again. As the lights are out of the pace car through turn number 1. Looks like most of the field has caught up, and they are double file. So, see the 81 and the 707 up on that front row. Looks like we're bunching up at the back, which is a good thing. We'll see if we wave it off again, or if we decide to just let the field do what they do down the back straightaway. It's been an interesting race, to say the least. We've had long runs, we've had quick runs. And we've had 7 yellows so far, and the lights are definitely still extinguished on that pace car, so we will get back to racing here momentarily. Haffey
looks like he's end of line.
Yeah, he really does. So let's keep an eye on that storyline. What an interesting, up near the front, and now all the way back to 24. Pace car's under in the pits. Linson, he's underway as the rest of the field makes their way through turn number 1.
Good getaway, still too wide, a bit behind. And we could have the pass for the lead here.
Yeah, we could, because Harris is getting all racy. Look at the inside, number 3.
He has made the jump, he has held the bottom, and he has taken that lead straight away from Athliston. We've not seen too many passes from the lead directly off of these greens, but he knew the assignment, and he had a couple laps to get it done. Athliston he's always been one to try and send it in, to try and get that back, as Ericsson is all the way up to P3. Unbelievable restart. He's back in the game. Harris sent wide. Athliston gets the best of him again. It's too wide further behind, as that's Schmeier on the back. This top 5 racing and chasing before the gap expands up. Where did Ericsson come from? Here he comes on the outside. That's some unbelievable pace, and he's going to be clear by the end of the back straight.
I tell you what, this is what I wanted to race me. Of course, Linson still.
The round he goes! That's the end of Ericsson's day, I think. That marks another yellow and a little bit of a nowhere to go for the car behind. Second time in the lead, and he's wrecked within seconds. He might not get the fast repair to make up for that one. Possibly a day ended in absolute heartbreak, depending on perspective. But it's been an up and down roller coaster. He's had pace in the tank, but those are two hard wrecks to put against his name.
Yeah, and you really, one we thought that was going to be it, but the second one, battling for the lead, and really that's the second time that he has had the lead or battling for the lead that it just, I don't know, man. That was tough. So it seems like whenever he got in the lead today, he had that problem where he just, either hit somebody or something went wrong. We'll see the exact replay, see what happened.
The moment he made it into that lead, he ended up sideways through the grass, and from that point, there was no way that was going to end well for him. I'm amazed that car still runs. Last time he took damage, the balance was so screwed on the car that it went sideways by itself in the bank turns. Hasn't happened this time, but that 37 machine sure isn't going to get the finish he was looking for. Is our replay with Haflissadon just about takes the lead, and he's holding that wall.
And it also looks like he thought he was clear there off Haflissadon and just couldn't clear. Oh, that second hit, I think that's what did it with his teammate. So the SimRace Sweden cars not having the best of luck today here at Char. Oh, yeah, that didn't look good either. But nonetheless, you got to feel for him because he had the car to stay in the front. By the way, pit stops underway. Schmeier, your new leader on the track. And it's just, you got to feel for him. Let's see if he's able to get out at some point. That 37 is in the pits as we speak. We have 20 cars on the track. By the way, touching on Northway real quick, our earlier leader, we heard he had to come to the pits twice under that last caution.
That would have sent him right to the back. Look at how the complexion of this front has changed. Some drivers that have been in this top 10 but been nowhere near the top 5. I'm thinking Kyoso. His car stands out from a million miles away. Matthew Crisp as well. He's been consistently fast. It's Daniel Holmer. Not the first time he's been caught. That's teammate on teammate violence. These Swedish teams have some beef and some rivalry between each other, and now it turns within, I think.
It really does, and, it's just like he had nowhere to go. He could have gone low, but at the speed he was going, he probably would have broadsided him either way. All right, back to a restart. Again, we're working our 8th restarts as the 8th caution underway. It's Schmeier and Harris. Row 1, Verweyen and McGowan. Row 2, Crisp and Shelley. Row 3, Partridge and Hutchinson. Row 4, Hogg and Guest. Row 5, lights still out on the pace car, so we will see the pace car turn left here off of turn number 4. Harris trying to get that lead back. We saw how racy he was on the restart, but Schmeier, Howie, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is the first time Schmeier's leading.
It could very much be. He's always been in the ballpark, but he hasn't been in that race lead. But Harris's restart was spectacular last time. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't make a bold shot for it again.
Green flag is back out as Schmeier gets the jump, but not as much as everybody else has because Harris easy on the gas through turn number 4, now into 1. It's going to be a battle to see who gets out in front next time by across the stripe because that's when it counts. It's not on the track where you see it. It only counts when you're across the line. Side by side for the lead. Harris to the inside.
He's done it again on the restart, but he hasn't been able to clear in time. Schmeier held good pace on the outside, and we're getting more and more rubber on the outside line as the race goes on. It's going to become more and more multi-groove. Harris not done, but has to check up as Schmeier drops down from the top to the bottom of the track in his way. Might not be a run this time. Looks like Schmeier's exit is quite good down the back stretch. but he's aggressive. He is pacey, and with 6 tenths behind, it's immediately become a 2-horse race. Crisp is side by side with 73 as well, just a few rows back. He's going to try and make some clear work. As this whole bunched up field, you can see several rows, 2 wide cars.
As Crisp holding on for weigh-in, and Schmeier, he's taken note of Harris because he's opened up to about almost a 0.3 of a second gap. Here's a driver we haven't talked much about. Time guest in the 0.50-80s up high, trying to make some positions happen. But he also has the 60 of Thomas to the inside. Thomas has been pretty racy most of the race, so having him back there might be a threat to some of the other drivers up near the pack, side by side for several positions in the teens. Top 10 still looking pretty racy, but again, we're watching time guest. He's fallen back, not able to capitalize on that high groove. I think he's just a little too high for anything to happen. Here comes Vavrovsky around the inside, 3 wide briefly, as he gets up to 7th place. Shelley and Fredrickson, 8th and 9th, as they're trying to work their way around. Got one very slow car there off after pancaking the wall there through 3 and 4.
Notice, yeah, very, very slow, but made sure to give a lot of space and didn't quite get in people's way. One little mistake this early into a green flag run, and you should pretty much say goodbye to everything you've had for a while. Vavrovsky has been a real surprise in terms of his pace and his strategy that served him very, very well. Now down in P7 with a big margin to make up. That's just what a string of yellows can do to a race, provide a real shuffle on pit road, but he's one of those drivers that I think I could count on to still be relevant by the end of this, whether we have a run or not. Really, you've not been able to count on anything this race whatsoever. Shelley sent wide again by the 46, has to duck back in line, go on board with GSRC replays. Michael Hogg slipping down below and hard across the track into the wall. Was that the source of a yellow flag?
That had to have been. I can't see that happening now without a yellow flag. So good eye on Christian Deploy to find that for the reason.
No yellow.
That's
made great.
Yeah. No, because that was no yellow for that. So that's fantastic. Great to see some great driver awareness here. We're hearing from the booth that the yellow was barely anything. So dare we say a phantom yellow, as it looks like Verwayen trying to get around the inside of Vavrovsky for the top 5. Hey, by the way, look at who's 9th from 20th. It's Northway.
There's one thing he does, it's early run pace, and it's been spectacular. I mean, he's always made up pace early on in these runs. He's always been very, very fast out the gate. We are yellow this time, though. Stopping the field again. Is there debris? We are in the Gen 4s.
Did Robbie Gordon throw the roll pad out? I wonder, we'll find out what that is. But nonetheless, another chance for pit stops to happen, and we'll see if who decides to come in. I would say, you know what, if you got the unlimited tires, might as well use them and get up near the front and just gamble a little bit.
How do General Tire do it? How do they have so many tires? I guess it's in the name of the company. These are the old ARCA cars, so they do actually run the General Tire on them. Such is the joys of technology in sim racing. You just have all the tires you could possibly want in the world. We'll see if people take. Of course, they're going to take. This is, I gotta say, Fliston's been fast at many things. I think he took serious damage off the, or a little bit of damage that sent him back off the yellow. He's in 15th now. What are the odds that he's at least 10th out of this pit zone cycle? He seems to do it every time. Can't work out what the yellow was for. That is so iRacing yellow sometimes, that we can't quite dig it out. Sometimes it really is just unusual stuff. A few very fixed rules about cars sort of being slow when they're passed. As Steve Vavrovsky gets an amazing... I wonder if he took everything necessary, because...
Steven stayed on track, it looks like. So Vavrovsky was first out of pit road. Then it's Schmeier, Harris, McGowan, Crisp, Verwayen, Northway, Erickson, and Butkelis.
These gaps are so significant that I'm actually questioning whether Bobrovsky took everything, or whether he maybe only took one side. Because you could win a battle off pit road, but he didn't just like win a battle. He won a generation's worth of battles off pit road. To me, that suggests shorter service. We're at the time now where some drivers will be trying to take repairs and they won't have the fast repair for it. But I'm smelling a little bit of drivers mixing up what they do on their pit stops now and mixing up the balance of their car in the process.
Also, you got to stop and figure as well that with this generation of car, you could get away with taking 2 tires and still be racy, as for now the lights are out on the pace cars. Will start to pair up side by side, so this will be a good chance for Bobrovsky to possibly sniff the lead here, as he's going to be alongside Stevenson in row number 1. Then you go over to row number 2. It'll be Schmeier and Harris. Row 3, McGowan and Crisp. Then Verweijen and Northway. Row 4. Row 5, well, that's weird. Fredrickson came up to row 4, so it'll be Northway and Pitalis in row number 5. Lights still out on the pace car, so we will see a restart this time by, as Stevenson gets to see the lead for the first time. It'll be his control as the Canadian from the Forge race team. That Chevy is going to be looking pretty stout here on this restart through 3 and 4. But still, watch out for Bobrovsky as that UPS Ford livery number 10. I think he's going to give him all his money's worth and then some. Pace car pulls off the circuit as Stevenson has the gap on the restart. As you do, green flag back underway. As Schmeier, he's going to go to the inside of Bobrovsky, take that second place for now, but how long will that last? We know that Bobrovsky, in spite of losing 2 positions, he's usually pretty good on these restarts. We got a spinner at the back.
I think we stay green. No, we don't. Me saying that made it fly. And
there we go. There's the announcer curse.
And we pause it again. Saw damage car on the inside as well, so I don't think that was related. Northway, that's a wrecked car from Northway. Serious damage on the front of that thing. Has he taken his repair at this point? Ooh, I don't like to see that.
I don't think he has taken his repair, but no, that car that looked like a modified coming out of the pits was from the last caution as well. So, totally unrelated. We did see one car break loose, not sure if he had help or not, but that might have been our car that spun. Here's the replay, and yeah, that was Northway, and yeah, he just gets loose. And those cars will have that, just gets hit several times. Just a pinata in the middle of the field. Nothing he could do.
And he might get the repair when he's into pit lane, and he certainly is good on the short run. And he's been given a few short runs. These cautions are finally starting to breed cautions back to back. And we're seeing a little bit of carnage ensue. Here's Edward Shelley, just caught as a second victim. There's quite a few wrecks that all kick off at once across the whole field. Northfield wasn't just the only one that set that off. A little bit, it's the closest thing to the big one we might get here today. Northway's now got a real race to make back. He's been one of our most competitive drivers. He's not done. But all my talk of how this is on pit exit, he made up 1 place last pit exit. Now he's made up 10. I think some of that, made up 5 even. But some of that was due to the aero wrecks. I'll stop focusing on one man on pit road. There's so much more stuff going on in this track. It just sits in my head. Looks like a free pass for the 189 as Schmeier stays out and leads this pack behind Stevenson.
So, the car that I think was coming off pit road was the 744 of Michael Hogg. He also was involved in this crash. At that point, I just say, you know what, I'm done. Just walk off, race over. If I can't get my damaged car around, let's see if we can get a replay of this from Thomas. And looking, yeah, I think that was a 744. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. As Thomas tries to avoid, and he just gets clipped. Nothing he can do there.
Minimum brake bias in this car is 57% in iRacing. You go down to 60 and then you crank it down another 3% in the car. So then when you try and slow down for an incident ahead, very often you'll jam on the brakes how you can and you don't actually get slowed. You actually just get more rotated. I could see in that replay someone that wanted to back up and wasn't given the opportunity to by the very nature of the brakes and the speed on this thing. Still not on one to go, I don't think, unless we play it single file. Can't quite see the pace car. They look like they're on, yes.
Yeah, I say the one of the ambulances down there at the safety vehicle zone still has its lights on. So yeah, we're at least 2 laps to go. We'll see what happens this time by. But some of these drivers, they want to get a race restart here shortly. We're on lap 231 of 400. Stevenson, Schmeier, Harris, your top 3. Bavrovsky, McGowan, and Crisp round out your top 6. Don't think we're going to see a restart anytime soon just yet because everybody's still single file. They're not ready to bunch up as of yet. And yeah, well, lights are out on the pace car.
Stevenson leading with Schmeier alongside. Tracking the number of people that have led restarts at this point is very difficult. This is one of the elements of having so many pit stops under yellow is that one person very rarely gets to lead every single one. And so it's like just like a take your pick of people from this race to lead restarts. No one's quite been able to control and dominate. Definitely a slower start to the second half. A lot of pacing around the track. And eventually, I think we'll settle down and get the run we were looking for.
And Howie, by my count, we are on restart number 10. So Stevenson gets another chance, but this time he has Schmeier to his outside. We'll see if he can make anything happen as Harris and Bavrovsky all want that first place as well. Bavrovsky hasn't had a chance to lead, but he had that chance to see what it looks like up front. Chioso up in the top 5 as well. Pace car makes the left hand into the pits as Stevenson, this is the control car. Green flag is out. We're back underway. Stevenson is holding off Schmeier and Harris as they want a piece of second place. Now we see how Stevenson can get away. 0.3 of a second separates him from the battle for second place between Harris and Schmeier. Harris gets that advantage for now. Ooh, a little bit of a rub there from Stevenson. That's cost him at least a couple of tenths as the bottom 3 have also caught up as well. Harris and Schmeier side by side, but still within striking distance should something happen to Stevenson. Harris tucks in front of Schmeier through turn number 4. Also got Bavrovsky trying to hold off McGowan for 4th place. We're watching that on the screen right now. Bavrovsky, he's usually really good up high. He stays in that 4th spot. Single file for the most part. And look at Haflinson. He looks to the inside of McGowan, the 705 the 705 outside of the 81. That's a great battle for position. Your mid-race leader is trying to get back up to the pointy end of the grid. As we're on board with the 118 of Matthew Crisp. Crisp holding off Fredrickson in the 12. It's a battle for 7th place. Crisp has had his problems throughout the race, but he's able to make it back into the top 10.
Been about consistently where he sat. He's had 1 or 2 shots near the front. He's not really been out of the top half either, unlike one of his other teammates who still sits at the back with damage repaired. Actually, Sono's made up to 11th. What am I saying? He was 20th last time I looked away, and he's 11th now. Now that he's here, kind of got away a bit last time he had that incident. He was able to just about pick it back up again. A lot of these team drivers have been pretty consistent, apart from Haflinson, who obviously lost it all for a while. He's already up to P5. Some of these other Swedish drivers have been having their challenges on the track as Harris looks to try and make a pass for the lead. Doesn't really get past Schmeier, and he's going to be the first barrier before we even talk about Stevenson. He keeps holding that bottom line. He's got to clear someone at one point. Even some runs high. Not quite.
And you look at how Stevenson is just every once in a while, okay, he gets up, and now he's got a battle for position. 2-3 wide for the lead. Schmeier has it. Harris is trying to go down low, and we're going to go side by side for second place. As Stevenson, he's going to lose 1, maybe 2 positions off 3 and 4. But my point was, he was able to use the line to defend both drivers. Well, that didn't last very long, as Schmeier is your new leader at the point. But Harris is going to try and get up there as well. And yeah, Stevenson has just lost his second position, might be going for 3.
I've been so impressed by Harris on these quick runs and on these battles. Haflissedon is sort of just back where he started, though. After all the incidents and all the trouble, he's now on the rear of Harris too. An absolute chaser. Was down in 20th for a few yellows. Kicked off carnage, and he's made the best of it. Really looks like he could end up in the rear bumper of Harris at any moment. Tremeier's going to enjoy having that clear air and trying to get away, but I don't think he's going to be able to pull out far. Haflissedon, he's fast, he clears into 3 and 4. Got a new target to chase down, and if there's one thing he proved last time he had a long run, it was that he knows how to make the most of it. After about 10 to 15 laps, we'll see if he can pull away before Harris gets on his case again.
Yeah, that's the thing. You got to capitalize on these long runs, because you don't know when that next yellow is going to happen. And the past couple of cautions, that long runs, I should say, have come. The yellows have come at the end of them when these drivers have needed the pit. So that's really helped them out. But you still want to get out there early and get ahead. Haflissedon up to second place now with Harris in third. Stevenson, your restart leader, back to fourth with Vavrovsky in his clutches as well. We're looking at Sam Harris, the driver in third, as one of the drivers near the back starts to pop out. I do believe that's McRelly, who had his early race troubles. He's worked his way in the top 7. I've got to say, Howie, I'm very impressed with some of these drivers who have experienced difficulties in the race. We're in the gritty laps to where you got to grind down and set yourself up for the final 100 laps, as McRelly's doing all he can to hold off Fredriksson, one of the 2 SimRace Sweden drivers who is still in this race. These gritty laps are what are going to make or break where you're going to finish here in the 600.
Really, it's one of those races where you don't want to count yourself out mentally, because there's physical fatigue in doing a race like this, and there's serious mental fatigue in doing a race like this, especially, well, no matter what, I feel like you're in trouble either way. It goes green, you're getting tired. It goes yellow, you're getting frustrated. Those who can remain just calm and collected, even as stuff just kicks off around them, are the ones who'll end up in the right place to succeed at the end. If this race was 40 laps, it would just be about pace, but when the race is 400, it's a lot more about pace, temperament, and patience.
That's why we call it an endurance race, because you're enduring. You're trying to make things happen crisp. Actually, for Way and Fredriksson in a battle for 8th place. That's giving Marcelli a chance to kind of get away, and there's a spin. Contacted a spin. Will we go yellow? No. So far, we are still green, as the car has stopped, so that's got to be, yep, that's still green. As Verwey falls all the way back to 18th, close to 19th position. That's going to be interesting to see what exactly happened there, as McGowan, the 705, looks to the inside of Vavrovsky for the 5th spot. There's also Stevenson there, so Stevenson really falling back through the pack in spite of having the lead and pitting the same time everybody else was. One has to wonder if he's just used up his tires just a little bit faster.
Haflissedon has taken the lead as well, with Harris bumped down to P3 while all this battling has happened, and just like that, we freeze the field again. Pace car comes out. Another incident has kicked off, and I think this is just going to start getting worse and worse. I mean, eventually we're going to start seeing more drivers drop off the back, but for now, This is sort of the peak of fatigue, the peak of is it over yet, and the peak of little mistakes that become big mistakes. Is Garen Batten, another car sent flying down and flying back up. That will be the cause of yellow. The moment he was passed right there. No other victims, but a bruised race car on the backstretch.
Now we'll get to see who pits where, and, does Vavrovsky really regret taking those 2 tires, because he did fall all the way back to 4th, but it was only 4th place, so we'll see if he goes for 4 or 2. Field is in for yet another pit stop. This is caution number 11 on the night, as we're looking at a almost 24 degrees Celsius track temperature. Here's Schmeier, your leader, as he comes in for 4 tires and fuel. See what he can do.
Will it
here.
be 4?
Oh, it looks like it is.
It will be 4.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely 4, as Half-Lidison takes the lead once again, but that was a quick 4-tire fuel out of the 81 crew. Once again, they get him in and out in, let's see how many seconds that is, because that was a pretty quick stop. They get him out in 14 and a half seconds.
Can you just hire a better pit crew in iRacing? Maybe he's found a way. Maybe there's just something about that team that have just decided, we're going to optimize our crew. Get that car out as fast as possible. Put some nitro in it to get it off the line and keeping it within the pit lane speed limit. Here's Daniel Solo. He was sent back down to the low 20s after wall contact after yellow. He is now 5th, and he's now playing this race again. Completely back in it. Now to inch off those repairs bit by bit under cautions. And now the only team driver that's really missing is Crisp. I can't spot him in that top 14. He's down in 16th.
So not too far off the top 14, but regardless, Solo looking pretty good so far. Let's see if he can capitalize. I know since he had those difficulties, he's been keeping the car clean. Lights are on the pace car. Schmeier and Half-Lidison in the front row. Harris and Macrelli. Look at that. Another driver who had some difficulties early on in the race, sitting in row 2. Solo and Stevenson, row 3. Hutchinson and Fredrickson. Hutchinson, we haven't talked much about him since his early troubles. He's back up to row 4. Row 5, look at that. Jeff Forkolb, and that is a... Oh, let's see here. That is a 22-place improvement from his grid spot, and we're back under... the restart's been waved off, so we've got at least one more lap under yellow.
I can hear Greg in my head. Hold on, we're not going green. Not going green. Probably throwing these manually to make sure drivers get caught up to the pack in time. As you can do as a session admin, makes sense to give us the fairest start we can. And Schmeier now, for quite a few of these runs, has been very much at the top of his game on these restarts. Still scared of just how fast Harris can fly, though.
Harris is quick. I think if you're that front row, that's something you're going to want to watch out for, as the lights are back out on the pace car. I'm looking down the order to see Vavrovsky lost 5 spots in that pit sequence. So we'll see if he can catch those up. I would not be surprised, but Northway back up to 8th after having to take that double pit stop a while back. So he's back in position to make something happen, as the field will work their way around for yet another lap. Pace car be coming in this time. They cross the line, will be working 251 laps on the 400 of the World 600-mile race. Howie Burrows, Jeremy Scott here, Christian Deploy, making sure everything's sounding good on his end at least. We'll see what happens on our end as well, as the pace technology limits us to whatever we can and can't do. Pace car coming around turn number 4, setting up to make the left-handed drop into pit road. There it is. Here comes Schmeier to take the restart. He is a control car. Actually, Half-Lidison's control car, my mistake. Green flag is back underway as Schmeier's trying to hang tight because he doesn't want to have to deal with Harris. Harris is closed in to well within a tenth of a second, as now the 4 cars who are in the lead, Howie, they've closed in with one another. So we're going to have a battle for the lead here momentarily.
There's a very big gap being left on that outside lane behind the lead, behind, I think, the second car, the outside lane, so it's really held a few cars back. Harris, one of those drivers, didn't get the launch he wanted, although give him a few laps, he might be within striking distance. Been a pretty clean start as ever for the top four, though. But we've been seeing driver behaviour slip a little bit more and more per caution, per lap. I think the fatigue around on a race like this, halfway feels like you've been here forever, and then as you approach the end, it does start to feel a little bit better and better. It sort of comes back to you as you see the end is in sight. That could be what we're getting. Harris dropped quite far off Solo. Solo's actually ready to challenge his teammate, get a good restart, and he's ready to chase for more, but he's going to need to get past Schreier and get to his teammate. And I can tell you something I know already, and that is that those teammates sometimes truly race each other.
And they're hoping that that light at the end of the tunnel isn't a 80,000 ton train coming at him at full speed. But yeah, Solo, look at that. He's up to third place, as you mentioned, and that's been great because he's had a rough first half of the race, able to put it together for the second half. He wants that second place as he screams in. That's the deal with Harris, though, on the back end. Harris, Stevenson, and Northway also, they've run near the front, so they know what it takes. As Macrelli and Northway are tight in the battle for sixth place, as we're watching that on the screen right now. Macrelli up high, Northway down low. Northway having problems with a crash a couple of cautions ago, able to make his way through the front. So yeah, he did use that fast repair that he needed, but here comes the battle for the lead. Solo down low, but up high, it's Schmeier. Schmeier wants that point spot back as they go through. We're on board with Solo as Schmeier, I should say, he's trying to do all he can to keep Solo behind him. Doesn't know what kind of car he has, but Solo knows, and I'll tell you what, Howie, it's a quick one.
And maybe they put something in those dodges to make them run a little bit faster. Maybe there's just something about being an old Chevy or Ford that doesn't really cut it anymore. Solo hasn't made the attack in the last few. As ever, you're just sort of waiting for the opportunity rather than making outrageous dives into a track like this, but it could come, not by any means off the back, and Harris is the one that really has fallen back a bit. We've seen it physically close up as I speak, but Schmeier holds that inside well enough and checks up just in time to force a reaction out of Solo. But all these runs aren't really translating. Further back, Northway is back, ready to take up that P4 like it's nothing at all. We were ruined the day he was sitting at the back of the field, and slowly, caution by caution, he's just played a blinder, and he's now a relevant factor in today's race.
That's what he wants. He wants to be there near the end. And as we said, these are the grit laps. You set yourself up for the final 100 lap push to the finish. As we're watching Stevenson poke to the inside. He had a great view several laps ago, but now he is slowly falling near the back as Marcelli trying to hold off Stevenson. Such great racing here. Even though it's single file, everybody kind of picking and choosing their way, picking and choosing their battle, seeing how they want to battle here near the end, or almost to lap 260 of 400 here at Charlotte. So far, so good. One driver popping out already. Do believe that is the 707 of Harris, as he's trying to get around Marcelli for that fifth spot. Looks like he's going to have it this time by. Indeed he does. Coming off the onto the tri-oval. Italian driver making headway here, trying to reel in the rest of the leaders as he sits in fifth place for now.
One of those we've not seen at all this race, but a lot of time and a lot of madness on the track has put him into the race. It's been very interesting to see almost everyone show up, and every time you think you've seen everything at the front, a few things kick off, and then someone brand new is back up there to challenge. It's almost like you just wonder where these cars have been for the whole race. There have been so many cars, it's hard to get to all of them. Christian Matrelli, as you said, we've not really seen much of what he's capable of, but he's holding this P6 quite well. Certainly got competitive pace. Maybe now is the chance for him to show what it's all about.
Still plenty of racing left here as we see the battle behind them between Vavrovsky and Stevenson. There's a little tap between the two of them as Stevenson has 7th. Vavrovsky wants it. A little bit of puff of smoke there on entry, turn number 1. Up ahead of this battle. This is a very tight battle as Vavrovsky gets that position back, and Stevenson up near the front. He's fallen back to 8th place with Hutchinson licking his chops because he wants to improve one more spot. Here's another great battle between Thomas and Jackson for the 14th spot. Thomas has kind of been all over the place this race. He really hasn't been able to settle into a spot near the front. Seems like near the middle of the pack is where he's more comfortable, Howie, but when he's up near the front, he's challenging with some of the front runners we've had all race.
I think everyone here is fast. I don't think fundamentally there's any driver here that is just uncompetitive or off the pace, but just being fast in a busy field at Charlotte doesn't always just be the only thing that yields the results, because there's so much that goes into a race like this, and there's just so many circumstances that can align or not align to mean that sometimes the fastest driver isn't the one that wins in situations like this. It's the driver that made the best of the hands they were dealt. Everyone has been good enough, and really the cream has risen to the top in some points. In some points, the cream has collapsed under itself and slapped itself down to the back. I mean, as you said, we're only barely over halfway. We're not in the final quarter, so I'm speaking as if this story's been written. And really, we're in just one of the chapters of it, and I'm sure something's going to happen that we didn't see coming that's going to make us question what we were talking about 20 minutes ago.
Always does. Always does in these races. Schmeier trying to hold off Harris as Harris has finally gotten that full head of steam. But because of all that racing, first of all, Solo, look at that. He's up to 2nd place as he tries to see if he can get up to the leader. But
Just second in it.
Yeah, a second in. Once again, it seems like the second half of the race, we see the leader once, second place, third place starts to race each other. That's when we start to see that that battle happen right there. Tight battle for second place. You got Schmeier now in Solo and Harris 3rd and 4th, and Northway, don't count him out either.
Running the high side there, Vavrovsky. I can see that UPS emblem from anywhere. He's one of those drivers that is really contending for the Majors Championship. I know that neither Felicity or Solo actually play the full season. They do allow drivers to qualify their way in. But Vavrovsky is one of those who every point he takes, he's going to want. Majors offer some very big trophies to the winners of their championships for in it for the long haul. And they take you on a tour of all sorts of different kinds of races. We've seen 87s, we've seen sports cars, we're seeing classic Gen 4s. You have to really be excellent and persistent to stick with this championship the whole way to the end. Solo has lost all of a sudden all his pace and then some. He was second like a second ago. I saw I blinked and he's 5th now.
Well, yeah, one has to wonder if he's heavy against the wall. So yeah, one has to wonder if not only has he used up his tires, but his equipment this stint as well, because it's been a dramatic fall off of Solo. As now he's got to hold off Stevenson in the 703, and that's going to be a tough one because Stevenson's got a head of steam as well, and Stevenson trying to hold off Mitrelli. So a lot of jockeying for position here in the bottom half of the top 10 as we see Harris going to the inside of Schmeier. Harris has that position, and now here comes the 707. Does he have his sights set on the lead? I wouldn't see why not, but Half-Litison's been really quick, although Harris and Half-Litison both running 30.8, so it can be a little tough to catch up when you're running about the same lap time.
Harris didn't get that jump he wanted on the restart, and now we're seeing the Half-Litiston long run advantage play out almost 2 seconds entirely by himself whenever he's given a clean run in front. He flies away all the way until the time he's next forced to stop. But Harris can't count himself out either. I think he's been the next driver that's often impressed me the most in terms of his exciting moments. Vrosky, one of the most impressive in terms of throwing himself back up there whenever he needs to be there and making some very wise strategy calls to put him there. And Northway for the comeback of the century. I don't know who really to call at this point as the drivers that have stood out the most, but we certainly have seen the same few right at the front, no matter what happens to them.
Yeah, it's always the same names that are up near the front, and I think this is the first time in a long time that we're seeing close to a 2-second gap. As Haflidason really making that work for him. But Vrosky going around the inside of Schmeier. He's got his sights set on Harris as well. So it looks like that Vrosky has a late night long run car here, as he's really going every which way that he needs to get up near the front of the field. So a great showing for the driver of the number 10 Ford. Here comes the 46 in Northway to the inside of Schmeier as well. So Schmeier trying not to lose too much ground, as we're seeing second on back getting extremely racy here with lap 273 in the books.
And the more they chase and battle and tangle, the more Haflidason gets to run away. The more he gets to just completely dictate how much of his tyres he uses with not a single care in the world. I wonder when we'll be coming up on lap traffic. I think with the pace we're going, it could happen before we know it and change the complexion of things. But for now, not quite on the outside, just a few cars back. 703 and the 702, Stevenson and Solo. Solo seems to continue to drop. I think he might still be nursing damage.
A couple of cars we might have to deal with are Verweyen, Jerome Bonds. Those are two of the drivers that may be coming up, but they're experienced enough to know when the leader's up on you. Just get out of the way or be predictable. That's a big thing, especially in oval racing. You want to be predictable. You don't want the leader, dancing around, where am I going to be? Because that's when you have these crashes and these yellows occur. We've only had 11 of them today. Could have been a lot worse. Could have been a lot better. A lot of them phantom yellows, but nonetheless, this is some great racing that we're having here in the gritty part of the race. Stevenson trying to get away as Solo and Marcelli. They are battling for 7th place. Hutchinson also staying steady in the top 10 as well. But trying to see another good battle, this Schmeier-Northway battle that we're watching right now. That's fantastic, as they're side by side through turns 1 and 2. And it seems like that Northway's car is like a roller coaster. At first it's great, then, gets to the ridge and then it falls off. Well, then it hits another hill and then it falls off again. So it's going to be interesting to see how long it takes for the 46 to keep feeling good.
And when we look at the scoring sheet at the end, no one's going to care about where you were on lap 278. People are going to care about where you finish the race. And so with all that, people aren't going to notice the fact that Northway dropped up and down. People are going to notice the fact that Northway finished, theoretically, let's imagine, 4th in the 600 and think, what a fantastic race. I think for all of the ways that we've seen him fluctuate, it's incredibly impressive to be able to come back time and time again. 2-second gap now with Haflidason, and I do see lead cars getting overtaken. So that traffic's going to fight with him for a bit to keep their lap. Might change the complexion of some of these battles when they reach the rest of the field.
It very well could, because, you've got drivers who are going to use these lap cars as a pick, and that's going to help them out greatly. Whoever uses who as a pick, well, guess what? You basically run a smart strategy. As Matrelli trying to get around the 702 of Solo. Of course, also in play is at 17 Hutchinson. Hutchinson, as we said, has been real quiet, the bar for that early incident that he had that caused one of the first cautions, as Stevenson trying to get around Solo as well for position. So Stevenson, who's been a top 10 contender most of the day, looking really racy here, as they're still side by side through turn number 3 and into 4. A lot of great passing here, a lot of great, strategy calls as we're 20 laps away from 100 to go.
We're seeing fan out all the way through that tri-oval. The aggression sort of comes back late into the run. We're pretty close to pit stops. Shouldn't have said it. Bad things happen when I say it.
Yep,
but we're pretty close to pit stops, and as a result, pretty close to strategy playing out and changing in unique ways. Last time we had this happen, Pavoski played a big undercut that really played out in the long run. And I wonder if that game will get played again. I wonder if we'll see these sort of differing strats play out. And I wonder how much our leader has in the tank. You'd imagine from this pace he'd been leading from the drop. And amazingly, he's been up and down and all about. But now over 2 seconds.
Yeah, Listen has had the car the second half of the race. It seems like that every pit stop early on, he was just working on it and getting it right to where it needs to be. As Harris trying to hold, actually not holding up Vrosky too much. He's almost a second ahead, so everybody's starting to stretch out here, set themselves up for a pit stop, as Hafalidison trying to do all he can to stay in the front. Looks like that gap is slowing just a little bit as well, but we're watching this battle for 7th place with the Stevenson trying to get around Schmeier, also trying to hold off Michelli, with McGowan in 9th place. Hutchinson also involved as well. So this clump of cars here led by Solo in the 5th place. That's what's driving this race right now.
Look at the way they're chasing around here. Ollie McGowan being followed on the cam here in the 705. It's too wide the whole way around the track. And behind...
And I think we're at the point now in the race where you can stick high, you can be competitive, because the track has cooled off enough to where your car will hook up there.
Indeed, and there's one of our lap drivers that has been out of the race for a while. Had those connection issues earlier on. I'm not sure if he's lead lap with the rest of them, whether he's just trying to make his lap back as quickly as he can. Another pit stop from Paul Nicholson. Don't know if that one is scheduled or expected, because if that's about to kick off the train of stops, then we're about to see this field get shuffled. Harris has made out a second on Northway, so his top 3 has completely settled, but Pavrovsky is really going to challenge to try and make that up as McCrelly hits at the bottom. Not quite the pace in it. These tyres are really starting to age now.
Well, it looks like that was an unscheduled pit stop, because that was a minute 43 in the pit box. So that doesn't look good for Nicholson as he's back underway. Yeah, Eric Smith, talk about a coulda, shoulda, woulda story. He had such great pace throughout the race, and unfortunately, it just went all for naught. And, those connection issues cost him about 8 laps.
Well, he's kind of just here for glory then. I don't know if he'll make all those laps out in time, but he's proven he can run, and he's proven that he could have won it on pace. Nothing quite like passing the cars that are laps up on you and just going, what are you going to do about it? We go yellow. That's the next caution of the race. You're going to have to let me know how many that's been, and we're going to have to try and catch out what happens. It doesn't like something spectacular, but certainly another one.
I've got 12 yellows so far in lap 288. And that massive lead that Haflinnison had just wiped away. So we'll see how everything shakes out with the pit stops. Northway made his way all the way up to 3rd place. What a fantastic recovery for the driver, the number 46. As there's your leader right there. Since I would say past halfway, Howie, Haflinnison really has come onto his own, as he's just made a statement here with the field that this is going to be my race, and you're going to have to get around me if you want it.
Harris has had good restarts in the past. Last couple didn't really blow me away, and now he's got one more chance to prove his capability at them, I think, because this could be his shot at the win if he can get a good run off pit road, because here comes the field again. I don't know how many times they've dropped into this pit lane, slotted in and out. Felicity has been persistently good on exits, but one mistake here and does it all. We enter with Felicity, Harris, Schmeier, and Solo came in at 4th. Let's see where we finish.
Well, this is almost everybody's 10th pit stop, as a lot of drivers run 11 and have run 12th. Some have saved at least one set of tires. As we see Haflidason coming back out, and look at who's in second place. It's Harris once again. So Haflidason and Harris, they are 1 and 2. Third goes to Northway, Solo, Schmeier, Vavrovsky. 6th, 7th, McGowan. 8th, Stevenson. 9th, McCrelly. And 10th is Crisp. So Crisp with a good stop. Looking down, let's see the replay first. That's Bonds that's causing this issue. What happened here? Oh! It's like that the 37 was slowing to come into the pits and just nowhere to go for Bonds, as he ends up in the back of the 37. But back to the pit stops. Everybody running 14s for the pit stops. Best one comes your way from Solo with a 14.4.
I don't know. Well, I don't know of any of those drivers in the SimRace Sweden cars that have not been involved in something horrible. I mean, whether or not it's been their fault, I feel like I've seen them show up in a lot of replays, just sort of like be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't think those drivers have really had the race of their lifetimes here. And Northway's done pretty well for himself out of the pit road. I'm just trying to catch who got the wave around and who hadn't before we reformed the field. Harris could make a real strike for it, but I feel like Haflidason is very, very hard to beat on long run. The greatest way to beat him right now is going to be to somehow conjure up yellows until you can beat him out for long enough on enough tries. As we get on board with a replay, this is Heron Bonds, who ended up in the rear of the 37. Oh, looks like a bit of a late entry into pit lane or a really heavy slowing. We obviously don't know whether that was called out or not on the chat, or ignored or missed or anything like that. But that looks like a pit entry gone wrong.
Yeah, and that was Ericsson, who was he had an early race lead. He was very fast in the first half of the race, but it's just all come undone for the Swede, as Sam Harris, we're looking at the 707. Lights still on the pace car for now, but I have a feeling that we'll see lights out and we'll go 1 to go this next time by on lap 292. What a race it's been for Haflidason. He, stayed at the front, bided his time, and once he got past halfway, that's where he started to get things all together as a field working their way around the circuit again. And Ericsson's definitely going to be losing that points lead, as he had 679 points, 669 for Vavrovsky. So Vavrovsky, Batten, Fredrickson looks like they may move up in the charts. What a rough race, though, for your points leader.
Indeed. I mean, really, if you're talking about who's taking control of the major championship, if Vavrovsky has the day of his life here, as he's been having, it's going to be a good swing back. Every majors race has been uniquely challenging, uniquely long, uniquely just stressful. And keeping your head on at this stage is going to be the difference between a win or a loss.
It really will. As Haflidason will be the control car once again. Harrison is outside. Solo, Northway, row 2. Vavrovsky, Schmeier, row 3. Row 4, Stevenson, McGowan. Pace car goes back underway as Haflidason will get the jump now, and he gets a decent size restart. Green flag back out. Lap 293 in the books. We're close to 100 laps to go. And that's what it's going to be go time for some of the drivers to start to set up. But the go time really comes around lap 50 as Harris, he's closing in that 81. Harris about the only one who has kept Haflidason honest. He's going to try it again in turn number 3, side by side, diving into the lead, and there goes Harris.
That's what he does. If you give him an inch of space on any race restart, he'll come in and take it. Now the game is about holding it for as long as possible for dear life and trying to run away while you have the chance. 10 car on the outside of Crisp here, going to get blocked up by the 703 as he was making a good run. Stevenson in the wrong place, wrong time. Crisp now gets the pace back. A very good run down the inside line. Hold it carefully to the white. And that's Stevenson in the wall. Nasty shock. Not completely out of it, but I mean, how many wall shocks have we seen? I've not counted. This track should have a stripe on the outside. NASCAR's going to Darlington tonight. They've got a stripe. What do we have here?
Well, that's a good question. We've got Northway in second place. I do know that. Schmeier in third place. So Half-Liston's gone from the lead to fourth place already. But Northway, he wants a bite of that lead as well. He saw how good his car was in the open air. He looks to the outside. We're on board with the Aussie as we go around turn number 1. That Kingsman Racing number 707 holding off the field right now as they come off of turn number 2. Northway has had the lead. He wants it back from Harris. Harris, though, that car loves that clean air for now as he closes in turn number 2. Here comes Northway around the inside. Harris isn't going to make it easy for him as he crosses the line, 0.049 seconds. Separated the two officially, and Northway back to the lead.
Crazy run out of 1. Some fantastic speed carried. Half-Liston's just dropped back and back some more. Now his teammate looking up his bumper, and I think Schmeier now has seen this and thought maybe I can have some of it too. He does have some good runs, had a few miles an hour on Harris, dips outside, then dips low. He's going to have the inside line. Here's a replay for Pirelli. Just ends up in the side of someone before he's rejoined.
That looked like Crisp. That was the battle we were watching earlier. The 118 on your screen, 18 on the car of Matthew Crisp involved with that crash. Not sure what happened there, but nonetheless, both cars back underway as Harris trying to hold off the fence from Schmeier, but he's also got to keep Northway in check because Northway is one of the first drivers, Howie, to get that big lead in the middle part of the race. By the way, once Northway crosses the line, we'll have 100 laps to go. We're on board with Schmeier.
Feels like we've been here for a long time and also no time at all. Probably feels longer for those in the car begging for it to end. They don't get to end. But honestly, like, the racing continues until morale improves around here. And the winner over the line would have braved a lot of crazy circumstances to make it happen. It's looking oh so real for anyone in this top 4, but you can't count your chickens in a 600 miler. Not one bit.
One driver I want to watch out for as well is the 705 of Reshka Kioso. They're up in the top 10. They spent most of the race in the bottom half of the top 20. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see a challenge here by the driver from the UK Isles. Going to be interesting to see what happens there. Northway holding off Harrison Schmeier. Those 3 cars, the second half of the race have been nothing but quick, and this is in spite of Northway having those difficulties where he was involved in the big one earlier on, I'd say about 100 or so laps ago. He's looking pretty good. He's towing the Harrison Schmeier around the circuit. They've opened up about a 1.2 second gap to the earlier race leader, Half-Liston, and Vovrosky.
Here he comes.
Yep, and there goes Harris to the inside. Move the 707 to the point for the time being.
Oh, I almost thought Northway was going to stick his nose where it didn't belong. Are these two just going to be trading this top 2 for quite some time? Because that was a very good run and a very good pass. And then Northway didn't give it up last time. I mean, he made it cleanly happen. Schmeier's just been watching from the third person. I don't know if he quite has the ability to make this battle his own. But Harris and Northway, they've been incredible overtakers and incredible passers. That's really been their strength, has been their ability to pass and battle people. On the outside there, Schmeier, not the run there. He really could go to anyone. I mean, I say this like it's just a cliche. It's always could go to anyone. It's basically me saying nothing at all. Unfortunately, it's true. Unfortunately, I just have to say the platitude sometimes. We're required to, because it remains unpredictable among this top three.
It's been on watching on the timing screen between Stevenson and Solo for 7th place. Stevenson, well, he's been kind of quiet here and there. Solo's been doing his best to kind of keep up near the front. Now, Fredrickson wants a piece of the pie as well. So Solo down to 9th in the 7:02, but he's going to look to the inside of the 12. Going to take that spot back. It's amazing how easy Solo can get around the inside. Almost like he's going to try and stay there most of the race. He's going to close in on the 7:03 as well, but a lot of jostling here to stay in the top 10. As Fredrickson and Hutchinson, they want to stay there. Baker wants to get in there as he tries to go around Hutchinson. He does for that 10th spot.
This is the sort of pack racing which puts your hair on its ends, but makes for such a thrilling watch. It feels like everybody's trading a massive swing to the inside and almost a bit of wobbling there. Looks like that was the 60 of Thomas. He keeps his car together in one place, though. I really thought that was going to be the beginning of the next caution. A fantastic save of a very, very bold move. Some of the aero, some of the aero wash and the tyres and everything around it. Any tiny little thing can just mess up your car, especially in a trim this loose. Drivers from all sorts of different teams here, chasing and battling each other 2 wide, 2 rows back. I mean, if anything kicks off, it'll be here.
No, really, it really will. As this is where the heat of the battle is for the race right now, because the leaders, they've checked out. It's just this battle here from, we'll call it 7th on back now to about 13th or 14th. Crisp, in spite of dealing with that issue that he had, he's still up there as right now the 7:02 going to the inside of the 12. And yeah, that's a side-by-side fantastic action. SimRacing Sweden, though, Howie, in spite of all their troubles, they still got drivers that are mixed within the battles.
They have fast cars. They've been unlucky cars, but I also have very, very fast cars. And I tell you what, that rivalry runs deep, and they are making sure to show their rivals that they can compete any day. I believe there's a bi-weekly Swedish NASCAR league that they use to just chase each other down every other opportunity they get. This top 4 haven't split one bit. No one's really been able to make their run away. Haviston's claimed the P3. He dropped off by a second, but now the long run merchant appears to have kicked in his long run machinery. Is Daniel Thomas right in the middle of that clump, and this was the save from earlier. Throws it low and keeps the car under him at the last possible second.
Are we sure that wasn't Pato O'Ward behind the wheel? Because those are some ninja hands of save. That was fantastic. I think that might be saving the race from Thomas so far, but this battle for the lead has heated up as Northway has finally reeled in Harris. Half-Lidison also catching up to the two of them, but Schmeier, who's been fast, not too far away should something happen. Here goes Northway to the inside of Harris side by side. Harris going to give it up a little bit easy, just so you know what? Nah, never mind, just kidding. Side by side, April Fools comes a little bit late for the 46 at Northway as Harris barely taking the lead once again, but here comes Half-Lidison to the inside for second.
He has that long run pace, and he's time to prove that he can make it count. He comes off the side of Northway's car, keeps it under him, but that could have been a race ender on the spot. I think there's a little bit of contact. They are from different sides of the world. You just have to take into account some of the realities of internet racing on occasion. I don't think Northway's done, but Half-Lidison has this long run magic to him that just means he reels people in and then runs away from them. Harris is going to defend like his life depends on it. He knows if Half-Lidison gets past, he's not getting him back. No one's been able to get him back if he's made it up ahead. The best he can do is block like hell, and if something happens further down behind that resets his field, then all the better. I should be saying something. I am tempting fate, but what would this day be without a bit more drama?
Looking high, wide, and handsome through turn number 2. And nothing like a little bit of drama here as we see Northway with the view that he wants to see with those two racing at half. Listen, just going to make it an easy job to get there back into the lead so far, but Harris not going to make it any easier on him than he did anybody else. Almost touching through the tri-oval and across the line. .001 separates Half-Lidison from Harris. They're still battling through turn number 1. Half-Lidison, he's going to shove up just a little bit. Harris isn't going to let him have it, but Harris, a little bit of a wiggle through 1 and 2, and that's all that Half-Lidison needs. For now, that is, as Half-Lidison tries to close that lane that Harris so desperately needs.
Slid a little bit up the racetrack. I thought that was going to end badly, and he's given a bit of a quarter and a little bit of space to Harris. A tenth in it, so if there's a couple corners for Harris to do it, and then Half-Listen's gone, and he's just off into the distance yet again. And those corners are starting to run out, I think. It might be a few good runs here. I'll give him sort of the next trip to this back stretch in order to work out whether the attack is realistic. If anyone could do it, it's Harris, but it's a matter of time and place on oval races. You can't force an issue that hasn't presented itself. This top 3, anyone could win it by the end. It's just going to entirely depend on the complexion of everything behind, really, and how that influences the outcomes and how that drama kicks off when those incidents happen and the lap traffic gets in the way. This is one, as I said before, it's not just about raw pace, it's about everything going your way. I mentioned that Harris wasn't miles off. Half-Listen hasn't made the escape yet, and I wouldn't leave that door open for Harris's car, not one bit. That blue and gold car knows how to get inside when it's given the chance.
We're talking about the roller coaster that is Northway, as we saw that he was close there, but then he fell off, and I wouldn't be surprised in the next 5 to 10 laps to see that 46 come back into life for one last gas before they have to pit for tires. Everybody pitted last on lap 289. We're at lap 319 across the line, so about 30 laps in. We're about 10 to 20 laps away from another pit stop, and I don't think that's going to be the final pit stop either. We might have one more pit stop after that, but still Harris doing all he can to stay within the tire tracks of Half-Lidison. Here comes Wawrowski in a battle with Schmeier for the 5th spot. Wawrowski's had a 4th spot, I should say, as he wants that top 4. Oh, a little bit of a strike. Was it Schmeier that hit the wall? I think it was, because he's really off the pace going through turn number 1. He's fallen into the clutches of McGowan. McGowan, though, sitting
good recovery.
Yeah, it was a good recovery. We almost thought that could have been big with where he was in the field. That 7:01 is McCrelly, who's fallen back a lap. That's kind of odd, because not too long ago, we saw McCrelly in the battle for position in this clutch here.
I forget on board with the replay. If seeing Schmeier off the wall, it's that scary wall. I've taken a few scary trips over that grass as well. He kept it together in one place, proving that it is possible in a violent flashback to earlier trips over the grass, hard into the wall. It is hard to get it right, though. It's very scary. You just sort of like leave the car in God's hands and just hope that on the other end you end up all right. That time, you got very, very lucky indeed. Thankfully, you can get away with a couple off-track incidents around here.
Couple of puffs here and there, but nonetheless, now we're starting to see Half-Lidison double that gap to about a half second over Harris, because Northway catching up to Harris. See if Northway decides he's going to try and get around Harris for that second spot and then catch up to the Swede, who's in the lead. On board with the Aussie as he guides to the inside. Harris gives him just a little bit of room, but that was a lit's bit of a, let's just see if I'll let you get in. Nonetheless, still plenty of time left. We've just got about 100 miles left to go in this race. Once we hit 334, that's when we've got 100 miles left to go, and I think that's when you're going to start to see drivers get just a little bit more aggressive.
The aggression is going to go up and up. The pressure is going to go up and up. I like to equate oval races to a pressure cooker, because for as long as they are, eventually it boils all the way over. And this series, by the way, if we do have incidents at the end, I believe there are no green white checkered attempts on these races. So we pretty much go if there's a late race incident and we take the field as is. These drivers will be hoping they get to race to the end. Athletic's doing what Athletic does and pulling a significant gap, as I can see the tyre marks across the grass from the escapee we saw earlier. Northway hasn't found a way past Harris yet, but these two have had a lot of back and forths over the course of this race, traded their places, traded their pace, and as you've discussed, Northway goes up and down quite a bit. Here's Daniel Solo into the pits. He's had a few trips into the wall, so we're not quite sure if he's taking a repair or whether this is scheduled. We've gone long enough in this run that if we're having scheduled stops, these will be the last ones. And it does seem about right. We've been out for long enough for this to make sense. Solo the first to bite, hoping to win off the back of a heavy undercut. It has been good before.
We've run, what, 40 laps at most under these tires?
About as much fuel as you get in there. So, you know, we're at about that point.
You're going to really have to conserve if you want to do that, because we're at lap 327. That's going to be about 73 laps. I think you've got one more pit stop left in you. Here's Daniel Thomas rounding back into the top 10. He wants to get into that 9th spot that Oscar Fredrickson has. See him close up here in the turn number 3, but still too far away to make anything happen. You also have Garen Batten back there in 11th place. 12th is David Baker. But a lot of great racing here. In the middle of the pack is Half-Listen opens up an 0.8 of a second gap to Harris, as now Northway gets around and gets back into second place. So now it's his turn to say, okay, I'm going to try and get up to that lead.
Well, that's 1 second on Half-Listen, and on long run, possibly unmatchable today, but Northway has elected himself as perhaps the challenger. Half-Listen might run these tyres all the way to the absolute logical end. Some drivers have tried to undercut the field, but if Half-Listen could be fast on tyres this old, then why not just do what you can all the way to the end and then have the fresher tyres later and just hope for the best. I think he's in a really good position to decide for himself his destiny here and decide how he wants to finish this race.
Did see Schmeier go into the pits and a little Tokyo drift into the pit end. Not the conventional thing, but you know what? When your tires are almost out of there, yeah, it's probably a good idea to go ahead and just let that go through. We saw a lot of drivers going in the pits, and Thomas scooting up just a little bit towards that line, and see cars starting to come off a pit road with fresh tires, and that's going to be interesting to see what happens here in these next couple laps when these newer tires come up to temp, if they can not only unlap themselves, Howie, but also make some headway for position.
Indeed, we've been focusing on the race win, but so many people are playing their game and racing for any points or any good rating they can get out of it. You see there, flying around on the new tyres. Laps down, of course, having just stopped, but we're seeing the pace difference in action. One last time has been our second round of green flag pit stops. Schmeier having stopped, he's going to be flying. Solo stopped, he's going to be flying. These drivers may be able to get their laps back in time before even this lead pack makes their stop if they're this fast. This has been such an abrasive track on the tyres. One thing I do wonder is, are we going to see a new fastest lap of the race in this last run? Northway still has it, 29.085, and he got it a very long time ago.
Yep, we're starting to see these gaps really increase. I'm starting to see drivers dip into pit road. Thomas he's out of the pits. It's kind of a pit time he just last did. And that's going to be a 14.6. So decent pit stop time for him. Kioso in third place. We'll see what they can do. And again, that's a driver to watch. I think Kioso might have something here. As Half-Lidison opened up a 1.4 second gap to Northway as Baker slewing through turn 3, but not just yet. We got one car up high.
Half-Lidison's pace has been stunning. Same pit stop lap as everybody else, and you'd almost think that he didn't even wear the tyres. You'd just think that he's just running the original set, and that's just what caused him to go too fast. There's something happening on that compound that just means it's not getting warm, but it's also fast. Don't ask about the physics of it. It doesn't make much sense. We're running out of drivers now who haven't made their recent stops. It's all the way down to P12 as it stands, but a lot of these gaps are quite big as some of these drivers weren't in the battle. It's interesting listening out to see whether Half-Lissidon was going to be fuel saving. Doesn't sound like it. It does sound like he's slowing the car up significantly just to make sure that he can even make it through these corners alive. He'll have to dip eventually, as with everybody else, but it's really this top two. Northway entering pit road. This leads Half-Lissidon, the last competitor for the win, to stop. And he probably only has a few laps left in the tank if Northway's biting the bullet here.
It'll be interesting to see how much gas is left in that number 81. We might get to a point now where Half-Lissidon might be able to make it last. I might be wrong, which is always the case. Here comes the leader, deep into the pits. Got to jam on the brakes, make sure he doesn't break the speed limit.
I was really worried that he'd loop it around in the pit lane and undo all of the work he'd done all race. Here's Northway leaving the pits. So, a few drivers leaving right now. I'm trying to piece together quite who is our aggregate race leader. It looks like it will be Samuel Harris after our last pit stops, with Trevor Vavorsky in second and Jeff Schmeier in third, with Daniel Solo in fourth. As for these drivers now blowing through, to a few not to stop. Drivers getting really close here on track.
And that was a slow stop, 15-4 out of the 81 team. Not what you needed on that final pit stop. That could be the race.
Or we have one more long run, and he's got to prove it by fighting through a lot of traffic to get there. I wouldn't count him out, but it certainly has hurt him on the way. He's ahead of, he actually made it out ahead of Northway regardless, but Harris has a big gap, and there's a few of the race's titans. Now everybody stopped in the way. Half-Lissidon P4, behind Schmeier and Pavorsky, who started 16 down. That's Solo.
I say Northway moves Solo out of the way. Still green so far. Not sure if Solo came down or what, but Northway with a little bit of a rub there on the number 702. We'll get a replay here, but that was game-changing right there, as Solo had such a great run throughout this race. But back to your point, yeah, where Half-Lissidon is. Here's a replay, and it looks like Northway just had the run. And Solo just decided to go down at that point. 50-50, I think, either way.
It's mental fatigue. It's all mental fatigue at this stage. Drivers are wishing for it to be over. 60 to go. About the race of a length of an iRacing race around there, as Ollie McGowan up the inside. That's a really damaged car for Solo. He's in real trouble.
Yeah. No, let's see if he... Can't remember if he had a quick repair or not, but nonetheless, it's going to be a long 60 laps for Solo if he decides to continue. As Fredrickson, we're looking at that battle for 11th spot. He's got Crisp ahead of him. Crisp being as offensive as you legally can, trying to make sure that the Swede doesn't get around him, but they're side by side. as Fredrickson says, yeah, you're not going to stay in this position too much longer, but Crisp, he's high, wide, and handsome, but not enough to get around to keep that 11th spot that he had.
As ever, the run on the inside and the slight job to make it straight up to the wall, where you really want to run the whole way down the back stretch. Can go side by side, but everybody loves tracking out as far as possible on these circuits. Still a lot of battling to happen in the middle of this pack, as that's the 37 up ahead, and what an unlucky race he's had, being beaten and bruised around. Northway in 5th, quite close to Half-Lissedon, who has one more long run to try and reel in Schmeier. He's got 2 seconds to the 30, then 4 seconds to the 10, who could chase down Harris to win this race in the last little portion, little section. I don't know my words. It's been a long time.
It's been a long day for us, been a long day for the drivers. But again, like we said, there's still less than 100 miles to go, and now it's go time. If you want to be up at the front, you really got to get that car up and running. But Vrosky, he's chasing down our leader, Harris. Harris had a great pit stop, but Vrosky, we've seen how well his car has handled as we're looking at the battle for 14th between Batten and Forkolb. Forkolb were inside his car right as he would see it off the side of the helmet. A little bit of a wiggle there from Batten in the number 61 Majors Garage Chevy, Fusion, I should say.
It's all Chevys at heart.
Yeah, it's all Chevys. Yeah, I know.
But we like to believe otherwise. We can tell ourselves whatever we want. It's more fun that way. Looks like Pavelski's ready.
Yeah, he's reeled him in. I mean, he's got a lap car ahead alongside him. But I've got to say this, Howie. Pavelski's really impressed me the second half of the race. He's yet to see the lead, but he's been racy so far today.
He's been really, really one of those candidates that we questioned a lot near the start and made a few wise decisions. And now we're seeing the reality of it play out. The guy always was fast. It was 5-feet chest the whole time. He always had a lot of pace, and he's ready to take a win at the Global 600. I am speaking up a bit early. He's going to take the lead and then hold it for another 50. But Harris has made a lot of impressive passes, but one little error, such as the slide up there, and he could get eaten for lunch, side by side down the backstretch.
Well, and that's exactly what Vrosky needed. He needed that draft off of turn 2. And so far, so good. But will Harris do the over-under? We're watching Northway as well, holding off Jeff Schmeier. Log Vrosky as the leader at lap 347. Still plenty of racing left to go, but does Vrosky have the car under him to stay in the lead? He's got 52 laps to bring it home, but still anything, as we've seen, can happen here in this race. He's opened up a 0.2 of a second gap over Harris already, but look who's sitting in third, lurking, slowly eating away at a 2-point-second gap between he and Harris. It's Half-Lidison. We know that car is good on long runs. Howie, is there still enough in the tank for the 81 to take back that lead?
We'll have to start looking at some of these recent lap times, but honestly, I think they could. Looking at the last laps, he's running more than 0.5 faster a lap than the cars behind. They're running 0.8 and he's running 0.1s. So there's enough time for it if everything goes his way. And even not even thinking about that, Vrosky's got, I think, one of the most aggressive drivers of this entire race on his tail, and aggressive in a good way, in an exciting way, in a, I don't know who's going to win this race, and I can't wait to see it play out sort of way. 50 to go.
We're watching O'Gown, Stevenson, and Baker as well battle for the 7th place. This has been a good battle as well. McGowan really making their way all throughout the field. And it's now everything's strung out just a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see it tighten back up here with about 49 laps to go. this has just been a fantastic battle here. Stevenson, he's back up near the front of the pack as he sits in 8th place in the 7:03, 30.5 his last time by.
This race has had everything you'd want from any 600 miler at Charlotte. It's had strategy, it's had duels, it's had long run, it's had incidents. It's really just been, it's been a shining example as to why some people would say that the super speedways are the crown jewels of stock car racing. I say this is a crown jewel of stock car racing. Bigger than anything quite like it, because it really just provides everything that a good oval race is about. And I say that as if it's all in the rearview mirror. A lot of it is, but Haflisterton has pulled 2 seconds down to 0.7. It's time for the make or break chase, I think.
And that's what we mentioned. That deficit was eaten away really quick. He's a second behind the leader, Vavrovsky, 0.4 of a second behind Harris, or 0.6, I should say, behind Harris. So anything can happen here. We're lap 353. Remember, 2-3 laps ago, he was 2 seconds further than he is right now. As he closes in, looking at the lap times, this past time by, 31.0 for Vavrovsky, 31.1 for Harris, 30.7 for Haflisterton. You just got to sit back and laugh.
Where's the pace come from? Like, do we do tech inspection here, and do we need to pull that car in and take it apart? This was from the era of NASCAR where the teams cheated by, just making weird modifications and hoping they get away with it, right? It's every single straight, every single turn, Harris is just pulled so close that it feels like an inevitability. Up on the inside, Harris out all the way to the wall. It's just nothing. It's no effort whatsoever. Just comes in, he just decides, I'll take that, thank you very much. One more for the road, and he could have run away with it.
I'm just in amazement. The next driver up is Trevor Vavrovsky. Here's Garrett Batten as well, live for position. Trying to see who he is around. He's trying to get around Crisp for that 12th spot. Batten up high, down low in 13th, and he's got it as Crisp goes high up against the wall, trying the Kyle Larson line. But you hear the band warming up. They're letting Vavrovsky know that he's got a challenger, one of the toughest challengers around, in Haflisterton right behind him, and he's closing that gap as if it were Pac-Man.
That's one way of saying it, gobbling it up like Pac-Man. That's one I'm just going to stick in my brain now for every future call I ever do. So thank you for the words of wisdom. 2 temps. It's going to be 1 temp soon. And honestly, I think any defense here would be so outrageous as to possibly risk a wreck. I think with pace like this, now 8 temps on Harris behind. See, were you even on this track? I think at this point you just sort of have to hold him off half-heartedly for a lap or two and then just say, congratulations, champ, it's yours. But I mean, I'll say that we have had specifically a leader in this race run into lap traffic and have their race end. So, things can and will happen on the track. We're approaching 40 to go. The countdown rages on. Vavrovsky's still not quite giving it up down the back stretch, but into the turns, he's probably looking at that car and thinking he's thinking the same thing I am. What have they done to it? What have they done? It's a Dodge advantage, maybe. Those.
It might be. That might have a Hemi in it. We'll find out. But Vavrovsky, he's still not letting Haflisterton go that easy. Although it looks like that Haflisterton is inching away. And I say inching because Vavrovsky looks like he's found just another gear to go down the back straightaway. Harris is looking at that out of his front windshield saying, yeah, nope, you guys have at it. Vavrovsky, he had the taste for the lead finally after closing in so many times. But, that little wiggle, he's pushing 10/10 to try and keep Vavrovsky close within striking distance with 40 to go.
And the battle for second is still going to be exciting if they can make it up. Harris has a second time to make. I don't know quite how he's dropped so far off. Vavrovsky, a lot of this top 5 is the gaps are now so significant or about to grow so significant that it will take a mistake or a disaster to undo it all. Only a few significant battles left to go as everybody wears into their tyres and hopes to get this run to the end. It'll be a long run if they do that. It might require some fuel saving. I'm not sure on the calculus of these cars truly making it. Maybe near the end of the run, we'll have to listen on board to a car just to sort of hear if the engine cuts out. Good sign that drivers are holding in the clutch and just trying to ride it through the corner. Now's the time to make that. It'll be interesting.
It's going to be interesting, especially with these drivers having to run on so many laps left. Granted, we could see a yellow, which could upend everything, but again, we've seen how well Athletic's car works on these long runs. Here's a battle for 10th. Hutchinson has it, and Baker wants it back in the number 33. Nose to tails. They go around turns 1 and 2, but this is a race that I think really, it's been two different races. We saw a bunch of guys up near the front, battling, jostling, but the second half of the race is when the 81 car really has shown its might, as we're starting to see, lap down traffic go in. Just try and go. Schmeier's coming in. Does this mean that we are going to see last-minute pit stops, Howie? This is interesting strategy.
Depends on how long Schmeier's been out. This will be his 12th pit stop of the race. I don't recall any disasters really happening to him, so we'll take that and we'll follow the rest. I'll keep a very close eye. Mark Stevenson stopping. This looks like we are ready for a final wave of it, actually. The cars have about 40 laps of fuel. That actually makes total sense. Maybe I just couldn't do maths earlier. These seem like particularly early stops, but I think we'll see a few more of them if we've just seen 2 in a row. Can't wait to be corrected on that one, but yeah, I think that's the game we're playing.
How long did the leaders stay out? Granted, everybody pitted. Last, Half-Lidison was the latest to pit, as well as McGowan, on lap 336. They would have to make it.
David Baker in. They're all doing it.
An extra 14 laps. Yeah, and now Baker's in, so going to be interesting to see when the leaders do come in. But
Harris.
Harris is in. Bobrovsky is about 1.1 seconds behind Half-Lidison, and it looks like he's trying to close in as well. But with Harris in the pit, he was the aggregate leader last pit stop. I'm wondering here when everybody decides to peel off. We're at lap 366. Still plenty of time for somebody to make a move into the pits. Got our eyes on Bobrovsky.
Well, Harris is one of those big ones.
Yeah, Harris is.
I expect to see.
Yeah. Bobrovsky's in. Well, see what Half-Lidison has for the field here, as Bobrovsky into the pits as well. Fredrickson going around. Hutchinson in the pits. As the pit stop is underway.
Does like to run it long, because he's good at running it long.
11.8 seconds out of Bobrovsky. That is a flaming fast pit stop. So my thought is he came into the pits and didn't take all the fuel he needed.
Maybe he's been bribing the crew in the same way Half-Lidison has been this time. Maybe that's why his last one was slow on the way. Daniel Thomas in, Fredrickson in, Stephen Verweyen in. Still Northway and Half-Lidison, they were the last stoppers last time around. However, Half-Lidson's not going to want another bad one. Like, he was able to make up a bad one, but you just don't want it to happen in the make or break run of the whole race. We a make or break stop.
Yeah, it really will be, as Bobrovsky's fallen back to 10th, but he's battling somebody else who was in the pits, and that's Harris. Both of those drivers have fresh tires. You don't want to burn those up, because what if Half-Lidison, Norway, McGowan, Batten, what if they all lose their tires here in the next couple of laps? Or we have a yellow. One of those two things could happen.
Don't say it. Not now. I'm not strong enough.
I did. I'll admit it. Okay, it's my fault. So if this yellow happens, it's my fault.
Maybe I just speak it up too. Maybe I just talk it up too much. So I've had some notorious instances where like bad things have happened. Daniel solo in, and there's Avliston. He's doing it before Northway. How long is this pit stop going to last? That's important. That's Northway in the wall. Northway stopped on the track. What's he doing?
That's yellow. Oh, Northway. That's it. That's it for Northway.
But also, Avliston's in the pit lane. Aaron Batten's going to get a freer stop here. How is this going to shake out for the final run, knowing that some of these drivers haven't stopped? And, like,
well,
I'm not quite sure why he stopped there.
Here's the thing. Avliston, he went through the pits. He did not stop.
Oh, no. No, not like this.
Oh, let's look at the replay.
I'm not strong enough. Oh, my favorite wall. Oh, they've been dueling all race, and he comes off the wall into the front of Harris, and that's both of them taking a bad one. What's just happened? This is not how I wanted my 4 hours to end.
Yep. I have a feeling I'm never going to be asked back to do this. So we're going to see how this all shakes out, but Avliston did not go through the pit box. I'm looking at my timing and scoring sheet right now. If I'm reading correctly, the last time he did quote-unquote pit was 3:36. Yeah. He didn't even go in this time.
Maybe he saw... Maybe. Yeah, I'm thinking. I'm trying to work out why.
He got confirmation he drove through. My understanding.
Yeah, but I'm trying to work out why.
My understanding of iRacing is you go through, if you cross the line after the yellow, you're fine. That would have been a fantastic free stop for Avliston. Now he sits 6th. This just upends the race altogether.
Yeah, but he's at the front of the field, so he gets wave around. But by getting wave around, he's not going to get to stop because we get that 1 to green.
Correct.
Oh, no. Darren Batten's leading.
Batten's leading. Borkolb second. Schmeier third. Northway, in spite of that wreck, is 4th, but I don't know how long he's going to be in the pits. As he's Crisp is out. Oh, Northway with the 49-second pit stop, so he has repairs enough to keep going. But how long will that car last as Avliston comes into the pits from 10th? Oh.
I don't know. I don't know why he ran through, but I guess that's going to be one of a million questions to ask. I mean, there's a lot of weird things that just happen at caution. A lot of like hard to follow stuff, and we have a driver up 28 places on the front row now. I don't even know if I've seen him all race. Here's Northway. I think he has the fast repair. Derry Forcole is starting 2nd. Crisp in 3rd. And Jeff Schmeier's back. Schmeier's just sitting there in 4th.
Talk about
this sure is a field, right? One of the fields of all.
25 to go at the line. We're going to have some fun here, I think. Lights still on the pace cars. The field starts to double up. It's Batten and Forkolb in row 1. I think we've got everything sorted out. Row 2 is Crisp and McGowan. Row 3, Stevenson and Schmeier. Row 4, Thomas and Hutchinson. Row 5, Guest and Vavrovsky. As we watch to see what's going to happen, it's still... Okay, 1 to go most likely, but look at the back of the field. It is stragglers, and... Well, Howie, what do you think?
Well, I can say a lot about most of the drivers that's been starting on the front row, but this 78, I actually haven't noticed. And he's now having a front row start. We could have the fastest driver on the grid today and just have not spotted him until the miraculous caution, or we could have a very unique series of events as the field has been utterly shuffled. Drivers we've never expected to start on the front have started on the front. Northway's in 10th. He's in a 9th. Where's Half-Listered? He is a 16th. I mean, being a long-run merchant is one thing. Harris is done, basically. I mean, he's going to be joining the back of this field. I'll leave this restart to you. You probably can make more sense of it than I can.
No, I can't. We'll try, though. Pace car going to be coming in, although the only 4 rows are together, which is quite interesting nonetheless. Pace car pulls off left. Batten is the control car, and he gets on the loud pedal quickly. Green flag is out, and got a lap down car ahead. That is Smith. Smith is several laps down after having the connection problems. So the field's straggling around. 376 laps in, 24 left to go. I'll say this, though, for the connection problems that Smith had, he's still showing the pace that he had early on in this race. Crisp trying to see if he can make anything happen, but Batten opening up already an almost 1 second gap, Howie, as 1 lap, 1 second. Fantastic.
What a time and place to be. To take the lead for the final short run, possibly the final short run, of a 600 miler. But I mean, like, you get lucky to be here, but you have to then be fast to win it. And that was an excellent start. Absolutely incredibly fast start. Patterson's up a few places. He has a lot more work to do. He is on the lead lap, I believe. I'll need to check that. Might not even be, to be totally honest, because I see him passing a few people, this should not really moving.
Half-Listen's still on the lead lap, and he's trying to see if he can get around. He's got still one of the faster laps of the stint so far. 29.2 is what he just did, and that's within traffic. So that's one of the drivers we're keeping an eye on. He's up to 13th already. He's got a 1/10 of a second, but here's the look. Look at the gap between Baker and Northway. 22 seconds. That is a lot to make up in about 21 laps, I should say.
Especially with this many cars to get around, it's not just hot lapping, it's hot lapping around others. I mean, Half-Listeden's making his moves. He's up into 12th. What are the odds that he ends up somewhere in this top 3? What are the odds he ends up in the interview at the end of the race? I mean, you've got to be somewhere in order to get that one. That will be a curious one. I'm just trying to work out. He is behind Batten, but still 12th. To me, that suggests he is a lap down. Not sure, though, because the field's a bit shuffled. Hard to work out.
He might be a lap down.
He is a lap down. He is a lap down. So he's clearly still one of the fastest drivers here, but he'd need another caution to get that lap back and then get end of line. So lots of work to do. Darren Batten holding a fantastic pace, 1.4 seconds on the next driver, and the field not really. Oh, we yellow again. There we go. Another complexion, another change of fate. As we'll be back to work out what that's.
Yeah, how the turntables. So we've got Batten still in the lead. He opened up almost a 2-second gap there. So we'll find out what the cause is for this yellow. But, yeah, who's in the lucky dog position right now, Howie?
Mike Half-Listered will be sent to the end of the longest line, but he also has a lot of cars that he could make it past in order to make up every position he can. What do you fancy?
Yes, so 382 laps in. We'll see if we can get a replay here as Half-Listered does. Batten tries to pass the pace car. It's not the best thing to do, but Half-Listered setting himself up to take that lucky dog position. And here's the thing. So Ericsson off the course, 6 laps down. So Vavrovsky high enough in the point standing to where he could take a sizable lead, but he's in the pits as well. So we've got Thomas, Vavrovsky, Schmeier all pitting, Hutchinson as well. This is going to be interesting to see who stays out, who goes in the pits to set themselves up for this final stint. And there's your lucky dog.
Looks like we're going to catch the course. There's not again. Not again. Robert Northway, from one of the greatest days of his life to one of the worst, in the wall again. No last repair. Heartbreak.
Same spot too. So his day looks like it is pretty much over. Athleticism.
I've had long races.
Yeah.
I've had long races destroyed at the very end. Races shorter than this, and I was driven. And saw a race as long as this destroyed in the last 15 laps. Like, you know, what? Just like at what point you just decide like this isn't anymore? Like after having just such a bad day, just such the horrible, bad, no good day.
Here's what's going to be fun. We've got Halflidison and Northway coming out of the pits with fresh tires, ahead of 11 drivers who did not pit this past time by. We've got 384 laps. They're starting to double up. Well, 385 most likely when they come by. This could be a very interesting shootout to the finish, as we start to see the cars double up a lot better than we did last time by, but I'm going to keep my eye near the back of that 12th and 13th, the back of the lead lap, because you've got two very fast cars who are set to take flight for what could be the final run to the checkers. Again, when we get back to the line, it'll be 15 laps to go. Batten, Borkolb, row 1, Crisp, McGowan, row 2, Stevenson and Kest, row 3, Bavrovsky back in Bavrovsky and actually Kest and Thomas in row 4. Bavrovsky goes up to row 3, Schmier and Hutchinson in row 5. Strap in, hold on, as things are just about ready to get wild. When the pace car pulls off right there, Batten will have control, and he gets back on the loud pedal once again. Green flag is back out as Batten takes the lead. So where is Halflidison and Northway? They're still in 11th and 12th, but still plenty of time left for anything to happen, as the top 4 or 5 has already strung out in a single file. And look at Bavrovsky. He's worked his way back up to 6th so far.
He started fast, has had the middle of the race fast, about to end the race fast as well. And I just got to say, a few of these drivers in front could be easier pickings, and a few of them might not be. I mean, Stevenson's been strong, Crisp has been strong. Furco already dropped down to 4th. I'd say he's pretty lucky to be here, and he's going to hold on to it for every last hit he could get. Not too many laps now between here and the end. Here's Halflidison, 11th for now. Will drivers block it, or will drivers let out the red carpet for a cruise missile coming their way? He's got the chase to be done. Crispin side by side with McGowan up at the front, too wide. We actually see it from Halflidson's car. You can see them all here. Incredible pace through the middle of the corner. Dives up the inside of 2. He keeps on going. He's never going to give up.
All you can do is laugh at this point. Is one car high into the wall. Not sure who that is yet, but we will stay green. That looks like the 703 is Stevenson, possibly into the wall. As Halflidison still in 10th place, but Crisp, he's got McGowan behind him, but he's also trying to close in on Batten for that lead. We're still keeping an eye on Halflidison as he goes to the inside of Guest for position. This has been one of those races that's been very odd. It's had 3 different stanzas, to say the least, but still Crisp and McGowan trying to go for position as they're letting Batten walk away for now. 11 laps to go. Still anybody's race in the top 5 as Bavrovsky is also involved with Schmier.
The patience has run out. You know, we started today going, oh, drivers are going to be a bit patient. It's a long race. Now, there's no more. You're taking every single inch of the track that is left for you. Taking every last mile an hour that you can get. Everybody's on fresh tires. Everybody can put their all into it. Here's Jeff Schmeier. We see Crisp unsettled just ahead. He blocks the bottom line and keeps the P2 for now. Batten's having a good run. He's checked up. We're 3 wide into the tri-oval. Schmeier on the inside, Crisp in the middle. All 3 are going to keep holding. But it's Schmeier that's going to be turned into the wall and sent upside down for another caution. 3 wide at Charlotte. What did I warn about?
Oh, and Jesus, look at who's in second place now for the restart. Vavrovsky, he's had a fast car near the end, 9 laps to go. And look at where Athleticism is. He's in 8th place. He's still got a chance for a podium finish. This race has had everything.
Well, we really are going to run out of time now to make that chase unless something crazy happens. I would be very impressed if he pulls that into a podium. I think actually there's a chance that this caution has sort of set him up for failure a little bit, but I'm excited about Vavrovsky. I mean, Crisp and Batten have been solid drivers. Vavrovsky has been probably the strongest out of the lead contenders consistently, but it's not going to be about who's been the best all race. It's about who is the best right now, right on this last run. I believe we don't get any green-white checkers. A late caution ends this race as some of our drivers dip into the pits and others do not.
Well, I've got to say, what a heck of a juke by Batten deciding to go ahead. Let's watch this replay. And Batten spooking everybody. And yeah, Schmeier just got turned. Nothing you could do there, especially near the end. And you're just in that tight pack there where if you get involved in a wreck, you're going to bring others with you. But this is going to be interesting to see what happens here near the end of the run. The light's still on the pace car. Lap 393 of 400. It's Batten, your leader so far after a late juke to pit road. He decided, I'm not going to make anything happen. But go ahead.
I've listed to be promoted to P6 by those pit stops, and now I tell you it's not impossible. Like miracles don't die. Madness doesn't die. I think with the amount of laps that are remaining, those pit stops were, unless absolutely required, probably not going to pay off. I think that's what the Duke was so smart for. Batten just played them like absolute fools. And he could use it to win this race. The one that no one suspected.
Oh, of course, also, like we said, Vavrovsky sitting in second place. He's one to watch. Stevenson, he's been up near the front. Thomas, he could be in the position to win, but yeah, watch that 81. He'll be in row 3 for this restart. As we take a look at the pace car, the lights are out. We are set for a 5-lap dash to the finish. Howie, this is for all the marbles.
I thought you were about to say that, like, I need to tell your family you love them or something if we don't make it out of this one alive, to be honest. That had all the tone of someone who has seen everything. We have seen everything. We've learned a lot about each other and the field today.
So, 5 laps to go at the line. Batten, Vavrovsky, row 1. Row 2, Stevenson and Thomas. Row 3, Hutchinson and Helistiden. God, what a fantastic battle we're going to see here. Forkolb, he was up near the front after this last caution. He's made his way into 7th. Schmeier, in spite of flying, he's able to get into 8th. Gaston Northway, your top 10. Buckle up, strap in. This next flag, if it's the white or the yellow, could end this race. Pace car.
Hold me tight.
Yeah, I hope we go green for 5 laps. Here we go. Pace car's in the pits. Batten has the field. He's got Vavrovsky real close to him. Vavrovsky keeps going, and we're fanning out to 2-3 wide at the back as we restart for what could be the last time one car off in the grass. Not sure who that is.
We yellow again.
Oh no, this could end it.
I don't know if it's the race ender. I think it could be a natural green-white checkered or even just a immediate finish.
Oh, wait a second. No, we're still green. Are we?
Okay.
No, we're yellow.
I don't think so. We're running slow. Slow.
Yeah, we're running slow. Yeah, you're right. Well, it was very confusing there because the lights look green, and hopefully we'll get a replay on exactly what happened. Half-Lidison moved up one position to 5th, lap 396. Yeah, we might get a natural green-white checker.
I hope everyone's having fun. I hope Barney, the flag man, is having more fun than all of us. I hope the virtual crowd have gotten their money's worth. Wishing the best for everyone on this track, really.
I know I did see one car that was off course in the apron. All we can hope for now is just a big bunch up and go one to go at the line. That's what we can hope for. Keep an eye on the pace car. Here's the replay.
It's Daniel Solo.
Daniel Solo involved in this one. And yeah, just a spin. Nothing you could do there in the middle of the pack, and then at least one contact. He's lucky he didn't have anybody else hit him there.
Yeah. Maybe Half-Lidison will just like curse him out for that one at the end of it all. Like, Daniel, you spun. You lost it for me. It's all over.
Well, here's the thing. If Half-Lidison would have pitted there on that yellow, I think we're talking about a totally different race as the lights are still on in the pace car.
Well, surely something happened to that. Yeah, like, surely something happened there. Maybe his pit box just did that. I'm not sure. Like, there are a million questions behind why he ran through the pit lane. Here's Jesper Eriksson, probably the driver who's had the unluckiest day. Yet again, gets tagged by an arch nemesis who spun it, and just caps off his day, really, in the greatest way imaginable.
So if I'm doing my math correct, if we go one to go this time by, we will have a natural green-white checker. Yes, we will. Because we'll have 398 laps completed by the time the restart happens. Let's take a look at the pace car as the pace car comes down across the front straightaway, across the start-finish line, and the lights are out. Oh, boy. We will have a green-white checker finish here, ladies and gentlemen. Howie, I'm going to take a quick deep breath before we get restarted because this is going to be nuts.
Could be nuts. It could all be over within seconds.
Yeah, that too, yes.
We could set ourselves up for anything. The only thing that I can guarantee is that a checkered flag will fly sometime in the next future. I mean, we've learned even more about each other since the last time I said we've learned a lot about each other. So, let alone this field, who have probably learned the most about each other. Baton and Vavrovsky, the duel for the finish on this front row. But this could be anyone's game. Who's the best at a short run, and who is leading when the last flag flies? It's time to find out.
Well, look at Thomas. He's up on that rear bumper of Baton, as Stevenson also back there on Vavrovsky. The pace car makes the hard left onto pit road. Lap 399 working. Comes across the line. Green, white, checker. Who's going to win it? Green flag is out. Vavrovsky holding on to a 0.3 of a second gap. Half-Lidison already up to 4th. He's got 3 more positions to make to get up towards the lead.
It's going to be a lot of ground to make. Baton had a good launch. We're yellow again. That's locked the field. That's finished the race. That's how it could have ended as well. We didn't even get to see it.
No, we
Cut
didn't.
the stream now. We never get to find out.
White and yellow out on the circuit, and Baton counting his lucky stars. He could walk
Who
away
would have
here.
guessed he would have done it? Who would have guessed he would have done it? Like, just for all of this race, he's just sort of like been there. You don't not notice his car because I love his car, but you don't think this is our race winner. But right place, right time, and just came home.
That's all that matters. Sometimes you just got to be in the right place, the right time. And of course, you know, those late race pit stops, that's where everybody had some sort of say in it. Through turn 4, the field working their way around. And Garen Baton from the back of the pack, he gained 16 spots. He will come across the line And you win a World 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
When you win your own event.
Yeah, well,
one of those
what
things.
a weird way to end the race. Yeah, what a weird way to end the race, though. But you know what? That's racing. Bobrovsky comes home in second. Daniel Thomas rounds out your podium as the top three finishers. First and second gain 16 spots. Thomas gains 12.
This is what every Charlotte 600 is like, isn't it? It's an absolute roller coaster beyond imagination, where nothing is certain until the final flags fly on the day. The people who start at the front rarely end at the front. I think we had a bit of wrecking for last here. Ollie McGowan sets off a big one. That's a lot of cars collected to finish this race. More than I can count. Plenty of victims on the way, and that's how we end the race. You called out that Skoda earlier for being a good-looking car. Well, it was also our race ender today.
Yeah. Now, so nonetheless, Batten doing the donuts just before we get a chance to talk to him. That was an interesting way to end the race, to say the least. As 34 also of Edward Shelley celebrating the fact that he actually finished the race, because that you needed to at that point. Batten, your winner, Bobrovsky, sits in second place. Daniel Thomas in third. Half-Lidison, though, fourth place.
He had an excellent race, a stunning race, and at least he made it up to a good place. A lot of people had their races killed before that point. Instead, has to come home with a decent result. Here, our finishing results. Garen Batten finishes out in P1 with Trevor Pavorsky in P2. Daniel Thomas finishes third, with Mike Lysidon taking up fourth. Mark Stevenson finishes fifth, with Tom Guest in sixth. Jeff Schreiber fits seventh, with Wayne Hutchinson in eighth, Matthew Crispin ninth, and Jerry Forco in 10th.
Bottom half of the top 20 looks like this. Samuel Harris, Robert Northway, both drivers having some good showing near the first half of the race and into the second half, but all for naught is Ali McGowan, around 15. Dave Baker, Shelley haul one lap down, including Daniel Solo, Sebastian Jackson, and Stephen Verweyen in the top 20.
But just over 30 drivers made this race, and in the 20s are Ray Partridge, Udis Butkelis, Joshua Hampton, Aaron Bond, Eric Smith, Michael Hogg, Jesper Eriksson. So in more instances than I could count, only finishes 27th. Christian Macrelli in 28th, with Adam Preston in 29th, and Paul Nicholson in 30th. With only a few at the
Baker,
back.
Edward Shelley. Yeah, only a few at the back. Sorry. Brian Halleck, Scott Kugas, and Troy Anderson. 23rd, 2 last. So, with that, we talked to him earlier on in the race, and we want to welcome in your victor, Garen Batten. I've got to say this, Garen. First of all, congratulations. What a fantastic finish. And you did it all on pit strategy, but still were able to lead on outright speed.
Well, somebody told me what just happened. I have no idea. If anyone saw the international race earlier today, I short pitted under a long green run, and a yellow came out straight away. And so I was determined today that I was running to the end of every tank. I was not getting caught by caution. And yeah, I guess it got lost it in international, and it won it for me today. So that was a lucky win. I know that there was a lot of faster guys out there today, and some weirdness went on under that one of the last safety cars, but sometimes you got to take the lucky ones, and I'll take the lucky one today.
I say you had a lot of fast cars behind you. Bobrovsky, Half-Lidison, they were very fast. But go ahead, Howie.
The race about survival and right time, right place, I think. But on those last few restarts, you absolutely had the pace to stay there. I think if it stayed for a bit of a longer run, you would have still been definitely in with a shout. a lot of you early to the middle of the race, where you sort of sat around that top 10 bubble. Did you feel like you had that pace, or do you feel like you just made the right place at the right time?
No, right place at the right time. I mean, I had pace to hold my position, and on those longer runs, I was starting the stints out looking after the tyres, and so at the end of each green flag run, I was making up positions. But at the back end of the top 10, and if everyone was on the same tyres, I could hold my position. But then I kept having incidents. I got spun out at one point, which was my own fault. I thought I was clear on a car and I wasn't. I got caught up in some other incidents and had repairs to clear, but I managed to always just hold on to the lead lap when I was going through all of that stuff earlier in the race. But no, I didn't have the pace to run with those guys at the front. I mean, Trevor, Michael, Jesper before his incident, whatever he had, and there was others. And I'm sorry for people that I'm forgetting. You were so far up the screen that I wasn't really paying attention to you. But yeah, so that was right place, right time for sure.
Well, nonetheless, it was a hard-fought win, 400 laps. Really, you did about 800 laps, to say the least. You got anyone to thank?
I mean, everybody within the Fusion team. I am not an oval specialist, and so I rely heavily on my teammates to help me with setups and stuff. And there was a huge amount of setup work that went in. So to all of the Fusion guys, thank you for your help with the sets, and also keeping us company for what's been combined 8 and a bit hours now of racing, and also thanks to GSRC major series as well. Being involved both in the racing side and the admin side. And sorry I never got back for a second little chat under yellow, by the way. The yellows around here were really, really short and I was kind of busy. But the major series is the best league going out there, and it's really, really awesome to be a part of. Quick plug for the Majors Endurance Championship, the Teams Championship that we've got going at the moment. There's 2 races left to go in that. So anyone that likes doing multi-class team endurance racing, please check that out. And if you haven't already got sick of my voice, Inside the Majors podcast, keep an eye out for that this week. We'll be having an interview with the last winners of the Majors Endurance Championship round, and hopefully some winners of not this race but the other races from the Coke 600. So that'll do for me.
Well, I for one would pay to hear you interview yourself, but Garen, congratulations, hard fought win, and go celebrate.
Yeah, well, it's 5:15 in the morning. I'm going for a beer. Thanks.
Typical Aussie saying, it's 5 o'clock, I might as well go get a beer. Howie, you've got a second place driver who we thought would really show a lot of great pace here near the end.
Hey, Trevor, you are always up at the top in unexpected and surprising ways. Some pit strategy early, and then from that point onwards, you were running it fast. How do you feel about the end result, though, after a bit of a chaotic finish?
It's a shame that we didn't get, to go green at the end there, because, I would have been really curious to see how it plays out. I think I could have gotten to Garen, but overall, if you told me coming into the race you get a second place, I'd be pretty happy. I qualified, I think, like 22nd, and I knew I was going to go forward, but I had no idea where I was going to get to. So just kind of kept working my way up, and I'm like, hey, I might have some pace here. So overall, very happy.
And Trevor, you had that pace near the second half of the race. What was the difference between that first half of the race and the second half?
It was a big learning curve over the first half of the race. I started further back and I was making a lot of moves and being really aggressive, using the high side a bunch early on in the race. And I thought I could kind of go fast, pass people, and take care of my tires. But it turned out I was actually just chewing through my right front. And I ended up having a big learning moment early on when we got that first full length run, and I got just swamped at the end of the run and went backwards. So I made some adjustments to the car. I went back and I kind of would dial back my pace at the start of a run to then have the tire left over at the end, because backing off a little at the front really paid dividends later on in the stint. And found a really good groove, was in the mix. I don't know if I would have had anything for Michael had the race gone green on that really long green flag run. I would have needed some strategy help, but overall, really happy with how it ended up turning out.
600 miles. It is an endurance challenge for anyone that can stay up in the front, I think, has earned all of the commendations it takes. Have you got any shout outs before we let you go at the end of this long race?
Yeah, I mean, as shout out to like Samuel, Rob, Jeff, all those guys that we were battling all around, all up at the front. Everybody kept it really clean, really respectful up front, and it was really, really fun to have that. And then race admin team had a heck of a day here, and I'm sure you guys had some fun. So I appreciate you guys coming in and broadcast and everything.
Well, we appreciate having you on the road, as did everybody else. Spectacular race, spectacular.
Well, Howie, it looks like that Vavrosky will take the points lead. We'll see how much of a gap he has next time out. But final thoughts. I'm right now. I'm just trying to process everything that happened, especially in those last 30 laps.
I mean, for 400 laps, it turns out is a very, very long time. And anything you see at the beginning turns out to not really be the case by the very end. Absolute thrill ride, and really a very big farewell to these Impala cars. They're due to see their goodbye next season. And while I no doubt due to love what they bring in next, these are real iRacing legacy content, and they still race just as well as they did back then.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see them race in Legacy. Well, that does it for this round of the Majors events. Hopefully you had a little bit of fun here, as we all did, with about 4+ hours of broadcasting. And of course, as you are heading out, either whether it's today or tomorrow, make sure that you enjoy yourself and do it safely. But on behalf of all of us here at GSRC, Howie, want to thank you very much for being alongside Christian Deploy, turning the dials and spinning the knobs over at HQ, and Dougie Beard for providing us all the great cameras. I'm Jeremy Scott, and hopefully you enjoyed this race as much as we did. And as always, race hard, race clean, and we will see you at the track.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer, and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work, so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Anybody really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.